and frustrated and confused I am about what's going on.
Lori Daybell's son making a plea to his mother, telling her to reveal the location of his sister Tylee and brother JJ.
You have the power to end this. You have an opportunity to put this all to rest.
Colby Ryan's plea comes days after investigators searched Chad Daybell 43 items, computers, electronic devices, journals, cell phones, and personal things.
Was there anything like hair or body fluids?
There were samples of various things taken that will be sent off to labs for further analysis.
And what was the purpose of the search?
We're trying to clarify things, figure out what it was that possibly might have happened there.
Investigators say they're no closer to knowing where 17-year-old Tylee and 7-year-old JJ are. They've been missing since September, and Lori and Chad aren't talking.
There is a lot of concern for the safety of the kids. And, you know, the information that is coming out of Arizona, reference to deaths of multiple people, is concerning.
Fremont County Sheriff Len Humphreys referring to the death of Lori's former husband. Charles Vallow was shot and killed in July while picking up JJ from Lori in Chandler, Arizona. Police said he was shot in self-defense, and the man who pulled the trigger, Lori's brother, Alex Cox, who died a month ago. The cause of his death has not been released. Tylee's dad, Joseph Ryan, passed away of an apparent heart attack in 2018. He had been divorced from Lori for some time. Then there's Chad's former wife, Tammy Daybell, who died at her home in Salem October 19th.
Deputies responded. They took pictures. They looked it over, contacted our detectives. Detectives had a few questions. They satisfied those. Didn't see anything that alarmed them.
Was Chad Daybell acting interesting or suspicious or normal?
To my knowledge, he was responding like anybody would whose spouse had just passed away. That's why the deputies didn't suspect anything suspicious.
A few days later, Humphreys says his office was alerted by detectives in Arizona about the other deaths. Tammy's body was exhumed from the Spring Hill, Utah Evergreen Cemetery, and an autopsy was performed.
We're still waiting for the lab results to come back.
Do you know if Tammy Daybell had a big life insurance policy?
There is some information along those lines that I'm not at liberty to speak about right now.
But that is being investigated.
Yes, it is.
Just 10 days before Tammy died, she reported pulling up in the driveway of her house and that a masked man came up behind her and started firing an empty paintball gun at her. She asked what the guy was doing, and he didn't respond. She then said that she yelled for help, and the man took off. The sheriff's office did send somebody out to the home to investigate.
She explained what had happened. There wasn't anything there that at the time we could do, and everybody kind of brushed or summed it up as a prank by somebody's part. But that was one of the things that was a red flag.
Do you think it was tied to her death?
We would like to know.
Have you been able to interview Chad about the death of his wife?
No.
On his accord, he doesn't want to talk.
Right.
But you obviously would like to talk to him about that.
We have been contacted by his attorney, and that was a couple of weeks ago. And his attorney was letting us know that any communications would be through him and that there wasn't any at the time.
No communication at the time. And has that changed?
That has not changed.
Humphreys says officials are pretty sure Chad and Lori are not in Idaho. Neighbors say nobody has entered Lori's Rexburg townhouse in weeks, but toys belonging to JJ sit on the front porch. Sean Bartholick, the Daybell's attorney, declined our request for an on-camera interview, but in a previous statement said Chad Daybell was a loving husband and Lori Daybell is a devoted mother. He added, "We look forward to addressing the allegations once they have moved beyond speculation and rumor."
So where does it go from here?
We still are working on evidence and finishing our investigation. You know, we have processed a number of search warrants. We are seeking additional subpoenas.
And any idea what happened with the two children? That's what everybody wants to know.
It is what everyone wants to know, and certainly we're all concerned for their safety. If they would let us know where they're at, let somebody know where they're at, I don't think it'd be very difficult to prove their safety if they're okay.
And investigators, along with Lori's son, are holding out hope for the best.
I'm so hurt. I'm so hurt by all of this. Can't tell you how many people are hurt by this.
JJ Vallow's grandparents believe he's still alive, and they're offering a $20,000 reward for information that leads to him and his sister, Tylee Ryan. The grandparents say they don't even discuss the D word, and they're asking you to help find the kids.
They are just the most unbelievable children you'd ever meet.
Larry and Kay Woodcock are holding out hope.
Please, for God's sake, please step up.
And begging for answers.
And we won't stop until we know
We just
where
want an
they
answer.
are.
Believing their grandson and his sister are okay.
These are beautiful young children. They're two extremely intelligent young children, and we want them back. We want them back in our family.
The Woodcocks traveled from Louisiana to Rexburg this week and spent 6 hours with police and the FBI Monday. They say they're optimistic after those meetings, even though they haven't spoken with JJ since August.
He would call us all the time on the cell phone or call us on FaceTime. And the first thing he would say is, "Papa, Mama," and then he'd take the phone or the iPad and he'd start walking. So we knew every ceiling in every home that they were in.
Police have named JJ's mother, Lori Daybell, and her new husband, Chad, persons of interest in connection to JJ and Tylee's disappearance. The parents aren't talking to law enforcement, and the Woodcocks don't know where they are.
It's my understanding that when some people want to go underground, that they do it. I don't know how to do it. I'd be the easiest person in the world to be caught.
The Woodcocks say Lori was a loving mother, but things slowly began to change 2 years ago.
If somebody 2 years ago would have said, "This is what's going to happen with Lori," I would have never believed it. Kay would have never believed it. Lori was a good mother. When JJ was young, you couldn't ask for a better mother.
Now, as police continue their investigation into finding the kids and trying to get information from Chad and Lori, the Woodcocks are doing all they can.
Like, I can't comprehend that Lori is refusing to say where the kids are. I mean, I just don't understand it.
You can't tell me someone doesn't know something about these children. All I want before I go is just to see those children. And especially, and I'm being greedy, especially my boy JJ, my little man. I want to hear him beat on the drums. I want to hear him say, "Papa, let's go ride," or "Let's go to Checkers and on Prion Lake Road and let's go get a hamburger."
And the grandparents say they will continue to spread these pictures of JJ and Tylee until they are safely home. If you have any information on where they could be, call 911. I'm Nate Eaton, EastIdahoNews.com. I'm Nate Eaton with EastIdahoNews.com in Kauai, where Chad and Lori Daybell were served with 2 search warrants just hours ago. Law enforcement officers from eastern Idaho, along with federal agents and the Kauai Police Department, pulled Lori and Chad over. They were driving a black SUV. They pulled into this resort where I am standing. They put Chad into one vehicle, Lori into another. That's when their vehicle was seized and they had no way to get home. We had a chance to ask them so many questions that need answers. Lori, Nate Eaton with East Idaho News. Can you tell me where your kids are? Where are your kids?
No comment.
No comment? They've been missing for 4 months. You have nothing to say? You're over here in Hawaii? Where are your children? Yeah, why don't you just give us a comment? Just tell us where they are. Chad, where are Lori's kids? What happened to Tammy, Chad? Can you tell us what happened to Tammy? Why have you guys been in Hawaii for so long? Listen, just tell people what's happening. There's people around the country praying for your children, praying for you guys. Why don't you give us answers?
That's great.
That's great. That's great that they're praying for you, praying for your kids. What? You have nothing to say? Did you do something to your children? Are your children still alive? That's a simple question. I've got 3 kids of my own. I can tell you every minute where my kids are at. Where are your children? What do you guys plan to do now? Are you have 5 days to get your children in front of a judge in Rexburg, then what? Are you guys innocent of any crimes? Have you committed any crimes? Chad, you guys have a lot to say on your podcast. You don't have anything to say now? Lori? Do you believe that you were instructed by God or others to do something for your children? If you could give a message to them, what would you say? Listen, if you just talk to us, we'll leave you alone.
Family's worried. Tammy's family's very worried.
Tammy's family's very worried. Lori, your mother, Kay, came out. Kay and Larry, they're offering a $20,000 reward for your children. And you're over here on the beach? This is your chance to tell your story. Nothing you want to say? One last chance right here. Anything you want to say to the people in Idaho? Laura, you have a lot of cash there in your baggie. Were you guys planning to leave Hawaii? Were you planning to take off? And with that, Chad and Lori darted into this resort, and they still have not come out. Now, police have not said what they are searching for in that SUV or in their home. But one thing that was not found is Lori's children. JJ and Tylee are still missing. Tomorrow, we will have much more from Hawaii. For now, I'm Nate Eaton reporting for EastIdahoNews.com. It was Sunday afternoon around 3:30 p.m. Hawaii time when Chad and Lori Daybell were stopped and served a search warrant. Officers checked out their SUV at the Kauai Beach Resort, a resort about 16 miles south of where I'm standing. But it's here at the Princeville Resort where Chad and Lori have been living for weeks, if not months. It's a really ritzy community. Several homes in here sell for over $1 million. It's gated, you can't get in. But last night, our photojournalist, Eric Grossarth, was able to go in as police concluded a search warrant on the townhome where Chad and Lori have been staying. We don't know what police were able to get out of that house. We do not know if Chad and Lori have returned. However, as of now, when I'm standing here, it looks as if nobody has been in the home since yesterday. Of course, Chad and Lori were in their black Ford Explorer, a rental car, when Kauai police pulled them over at the beach resort. They exited the car. Chad was put in one police SUV. Lori was put in another SUV. About 30 minutes later, they released both of them, but they seized their car. Chad immediately walked from his police car over to Lori. He grabbed her hand. That's when we approached them and tried to ask them a few questions that they did not want to answer. Listen, just tell people what's happening. There's people around the country praying for your children, praying for you guys. Why don't you give us answers?
That's great.
That's great. That's great that they're praying for you, praying for your kids. What? You have nothing to say? Now, that encounter happened here at the Kauai Beach Resort. It's unknown if Chad and Lori spent the night here last night, but this is a place that's very well known to Lori. Last February, after Charles Vallow filed for divorce from her, she came here and stayed for about a month with her daughter, Tylee. Then they left and moved back to the mainland. Now, I spoke with Kay Woodcock. She's the grandmother of little JJ. She did not know what was about to happen until she saw the news yesterday, and this is what she had to say. Did you know that they were here in Hawaii?
Did I know for sure? No. But I did have just knowing Lori, but then she's a different person now than she used to be, but nonetheless, she is a very cold-natured person. When she moved to Idaho, I thought that was extremely unusual because if it's below 80 degrees, she's cold and she's got a jacket on.
One of the things that Lori had was a plastic Ziploc with a bunch of cash inside. And that was actually hers inside the car that the police let her take. So she was moving around with this bag of cash. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, I guess it really depends. Were there suitcases in that car?
They did not have suitcases when we spoke with them, but the police took the car. So
yeah, because I mean, maybe they were headed to the airport to get out.
Kay, do you believe that the children are still alive, or do you think maybe something more nefarious has happened?
Honestly, the only way we've been able to do this is we have very strong faith in God, and we have a very strong support, army of support between friends and family and everybody that has emailed or texted and reached out to us, perfect strangers that, are so compassionate.
Chad and Lori have not been arrested and they haven't been charged with any crimes, but Lori was served with a court order that she must have JJ and Tylee in Rexburg by Thursday. If she does not, she could be in trouble. Now, as for the autopsy being performed on Tammy Daybell, Chad's first wife, I spoke with Fremont County Sheriff Len Humphreys this morning. He tells me that those results are not back. He has not seen them, and he doesn't believe anybody else has either. Also, an autopsy in Arizona is being performed on Lori's brother, Alex. It's unclear when those results will be back. Reporting in Hawaii, I'm Nate Eaton, EastIdahoNews.com. I'm Nate Eaton, and joining me now from her home in Oregon is Ursula Berliner. She was in Hawaii last week when she saw Lori Daybell and Chad Daybell at a rental car facility. Ursula, obviously a lot has changed with the case since you saw them a week ago. Tell me, first of all, though, how that encounter went. You guys were on a shuttle together, right?
Right. It was pretty shocking. I had been following the case, and we landed in Maui, got on the shuttle, and we were on the same shuttle car with Lori and Chad. Chad was really recognizable, but Lori looked a lot different than the pictures I'd seen on the news.
You obviously had been following the story. At what point did you realize, oh, these might be the guys, the people that are in the news?
When I saw Chad, and it was so surreal. And I'll tell you, just seeing them on the news, following the story was one thing. Seeing them in person was an entirely different experience. My heart sank in my legs. And it was thrilling. They did seem to have a lot of tension between them. And Lori, she just looked differently than I thought she would. She was dressed all in black, heavy clothes. It was 80 degrees outside. She had big bags under her eyes. I mean, you could see from her mugshot, she looks a little different than the picture we're used to seeing. I had eye contact with her on the shuttle, and she just looked like she felt untouchable. Like she knew that people would recognize her, and it just didn't bother her.
So you guys actually get to the place where you rent your cars, and they went up to the Hertz counter, it looked like. And is that when you snapped the window? It was a really clear photo, by the way, through the window.
Oh, yeah. We went up there. They were right next door. I wasn't sure what to do because in my mind, I didn't think they were supposed to leave Kauai without notifying the police. And because they've been missing for a few months, I didn't want to see that happening again. So I just walked right next door, looked in the window. They were right there. I tried to look up the phone number for the local police, for the Kauai police. I wasn't getting a Wi-Fi signal. So that's when I decided to just take a couple of pictures, show where they were. And then after I did that, I was looking through the window at her, and I felt a little more nerve. I felt like I had just read that she'd been talking to a friend and told her that the whole thing, all the speculation around them was media hype she was waiting for it to die down. I wanted to have an exchange with her where she knew it wasn't just the media and the police who were watching for them or who cared about the children, that there are parents all over, like me, who see her, who are watching for her, who aren't going to stop looking for the children. So I did catch her eye. It was a really chilling experience. She looked right at me. I met, since I was on the other side of the glass, I just kind of mouthed to her, I see you. I just wanted her to know that I saw her, and I said, mouthed, where are your children? And she looked right at me, and I'll never forget the look on her face and what she did. She kind of shrugged and raised the corner of her mouth and her eyebrow, and just like she wanted me to know she knows where they are. She's not. It seemed like it was almost a game to her.
Were you nervous at all, what her response might be, or actually being brave enough to say that to her face?
Well, when we were on the shuttle, I have to admit, I was shaking. I didn't know what to do. I remember I kept thinking, like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. But I really wanted to say something to her. I just say, Nate, it was really cathartic when you approached her and you said, Lori, where are your children? How can you not know where they are? I have children. I know where they are every minute. And I'm a mom. I know where my kid is every minute. I really wanted to say something. But it was a scary situation. There's a lot of death around the case. My husband was nervous about me making a scene too. We had just landed there. We had our daughter with us.
Yeah.
And it was shocking to see her.
Well,
I was a little scared.
And then you sent the photos to me, which I appreciate. You also sent them to the Rexburg Police Department, from what I understand.
I sent an email and those photos to Rexburg Police and heard back from the detective. Those children are they're just darling. I can't imagine what they must be going through. I hope that they're still alive and they'll be found. But it's just so heartless and cruel of a mother to just disregard her children, neglect them like that.
Well, and also to let her know, as you mentioned, that it's not just the police and the media that are following. It's mothers like you on vacation with your child. And I have to say, it is people like you that help us report the news every day and help the police do their work. So it's interesting to hear your perspective on all of this. I assume then you just went kind of about your vacation.
Yeah, that night, the rest of that day, I'll admit, my husband hadn't really followed the case as much. My daughter, who's 13, was unfamiliar with it. So, of course, they wanted to talk about it. My daughter really hoping we'd see them again. And I have to say, personally, afterward, I kind of just, part of me was like, I hope I see them again. I just don't want them to fall out of view again. But also, I hope I never see her again. It was just an awful feeling with her.
The Rexburg Police Department, no sign of Lori Daybell and her two children, JJ and Tylee. She was issued a court order on Saturday that she had to have those kids here or at the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare in Rexburg, and it appears she did not fulfill that court order. Two people who did show up, JJ's grandparents, the Woodcocks, they say that they're not surprised that Lori didn't come.
She's not going to make it easy. However, I don't know that she realizes the caliber of the people she's playing with, being the law enforcement. So even though she's managed to drag this from Arizona and Utah and Idaho and now Hawaii, it's going to catch up with her.
Now, it's unclear what will happen now with Lori Daybell because this case is sealed as are other child protection cases. But a judge could issue a warrant for her arrest because she is in contempt of court. The judge could also issue her a fine, or the judge could decide to do nothing. The prosecutor says he legally cannot comment any more than he has already commented, and the Rexburg Police Department declined to issue any further statements as well. As for Kay Woodcock, she's just hoping for a peaceful resolution.
We've got a whole army of people behind us that are friends and family supporting us and strangers across the nation. I would like for her to be in jail until she talks. If that's a month or a year or whatever the situation, she needs to be there until she talks. She's got to say where they are. She has to. There's one way or the other, she's going to have to come clean.
Now, I also spoke with Fremont County Sheriff Len Humphreys this morning, asking if there are any updates on the autopsy of Tammy Daybell. He tells me nothing new to report. Lori Vallow Daybell first came here to Self Storage Plus in Rexburg to rent a storage unit. This is the unit that she put her items in. It's a 10 by 10. And over the next few weeks after October 1st, she came here a few different times. Surveillance footage from the company shows Lori or a man associated with her visited her unit 9 times in October and 1 time in November. She came alone once on October 1st, the day she signed the contract and agreed to pay $53 a month. She was driving a blue Nissan Rogue. Lori returned October 2nd and 3rd with a man who appears to be her brother, Alex Cox. His truck is spotted on camera several times during the month. During one visit, the two of them enter the building. The man looks back and forth as Lori opens the unit door. He then removes a heavy tote with something hanging over the end. It's placed in the car. They go back inside the building and he carries out a tire while she closes the door. Between October 6th and 26th, a man, presumably Cox, visits the storage unit alone 5 times. Cameras show him dropping off a variety of items, including gun cases. And then on October 28th, 2 men are seen moving bikes into the unit. During October, the visitors are seen with large, heavy totes. Sometimes they put things in the unit, then remove them within days. The last time anyone visits the facility in October is on the 28th. Nobody comes back for nearly a month. But on November 24th, Lori and a man are again seen on camera. They stay for 4 minutes and leave. 2 days later, Rexburg police go to her townhouse for a welfare check on JJ. The next day, November 27th, officers serve a search warrant at the home and then go to the storage unit with a search warrant. Inside, they find bikes, a scooter, winter clothing, a photo album with pictures of the children, sports equipment, a backpack with JJ's initials, a jersey with Colby's name, Lori's oldest son, along with ice skates and blankets. One showing photos of JJ, the other with pictures of Tylee. Detectives photographed everything, and in January, when Lori's credit card was declined several times, Self Storage Plus notified the police. Workers say officers have not returned since the end of November. Workers have reached out to Daybell multiple times, but they have been unsuccessful in reaching her, and she has not contacted them. Now, here at Self Storage Plus, they realized the other day that Lori may have been using their facility. They called their security system Elite Surveillance. They came up and helped them pull the footage, and now they are waiting to see what's next. Reporting in Rexburg, I'm Nate Eaton, EastIdahoNews.com. Lori Vallow Daybell has been arrested. The Kauai Police Department arrested 47-year-old Lori Vallow, aka Lori Daybell, of Idaho on Thursday in relation to an investigation being conducted by the Rexburg Police Department. Vallow was arrested on a warrant issued by Madison County, Idaho, and is currently being held at Kauai Police Department cell blocks on a $5 million bail. Her 2 children, 17-year-old Colby Ryan and 7-year-old Joshua J.J. Vallow, have been missing since September. Vallow failed to comply with a court order to produce her children before authorities on January 30th in Madison County. She has since been charged with 2 felony counts of desertion and non-support of dependent children. She has also been charged with arrests and seizures, resisting or obstructing officers, criminal solicitation to commit a crime, and contempt of court, willful disobedience of court process or order. Several charges there. Here's what the Kauai Police Department chief said, Todd Raybuck. First of all, we wish to thank the public for the massive outpouring of concern regarding this case. We also want to thank everyone for their patience while investigators worked diligently to comprehensively gather everything they needed in order to obtain this arrest warrant. If you're just tuning in, Lori Daybell arrested within the past hour or so at their townhome in Princeville, Hawaii. You might recall we reported that her and Chad Daybell hopped a plane from Kauai to Maui on Sunday, and then they returned to their home yesterday. In fact, this morning, one of their neighbors messaged me and said, they're in the house, they're back. And then just within the past hour or so, a neighbor called and said, there's police cars all over the place. There's marked there's units, there's unmarked units. And Chad and Lori, from what he told us, Chad was placed in one vehicle and Lori was placed in another. It appears that Chad may have been let go because he is not listed at all in this press release. So Chad may still be there at the home, or he may be being questioned. That is unclear. What we do know is that Lori Daybell has been arrested and is being held on $5 million bond. A little bit of background. In December of last year, Rexburg PD requested Kauai PD's help in locating Vallow and her husband, Chad, on Kauai. Kauai subsequently received an affidavit requesting assistance in securing a search warrant, which has been obtained by the Fifth Circuit Court in Hawaii in connection to Rexburg's ongoing investigation. On the 25th of January, Kauai police presented an Idaho order to Vallow to produce her children before authorities in Madison County. The next day, we were there when Kauai police served a search warrant related to RPD's investigation on the rented vehicle occupied by Vallow and Daybell, as well as the condo they were renting in Princeville, which was about 16 miles north of where they were stopped. Vallow will now attend a hearing in Kauai. The date has not been determined, where she will have an opportunity to waive or fight her extradition to Idaho. Once in Idaho, she will face those criminal charges. I'm Nate Eaton, and we are getting a closer look at surveillance footage from Self Storage Plus in Rexburg. This is the facility where Lori Vallow went on October 1st to rent a storage unit, and inside she placed some very personal belongings, such as children's bikes, scooters, also some photo albums, and blankets with pictures of her children, JJ and Tylee. Lori and sometimes two men visited the facility 9 times in October and 1 time in November. The big question is what happened on October 2nd. We know that Lori rented the unit by herself the day before on the 1st, but on October 2nd, she came in her blue Nissan Rogue with a man we originally thought was Alex Cox, her brother. But a closer look of enhanced high-quality video shows it likely was not Alex. In fact, it appears to be Chad Daybell, based on the way he walks, looks, and comparing his mannerisms to other video we have of him. Let me walk you through this. The blue Rogue arrives at 2:25. You can see the timestamp says 1:25, but that's because the clocks were off, according to the facility. Lori is driving the Rogue and makes her way to the door of the building where her unit is. She gets out 2 minutes later at 2:27 with the man we believe is Chad. At 2:29, he pulls a tire out of the back of the Rogue and rolls it into the storage unit. Then 1 minute later, he and Lori both carry in together what appears to be a removable car seat. They put it in the locker, shut the door, and leave the facility at 2:32. Their entire visit is just 7 minutes. So why does this matter? Well, that same day, Brandon Boudreaux says that he was shot at in Gilbert, Arizona around 9:30 that morning while coming home from the gym. Brandon had been married to Melanie, Lori's niece, and he had a very large life insurance policy and assets totaling over $1 million. Months earlier, Melanie began spending a lot of time with Lori and her religious group. Then Melanie suddenly demanded a divorce from Brandon. The bullet missed his head by inches, and police say the person who shot at him was driving a Jeep registered to Charles Vallow. Charles had been dead for nearly 3 months at this point, and Tylee Ryan regularly drove that Jeep, but she had been missing for more than a month at this point. Now, if you're familiar with Jeeps, you know that many models have spare tires on the back, and if they are in place, the back window does not open. But if they are removed, that window does open. So it's possible that the Jeep used in that shooting had the tire removed, and that tire could have been placed into the storage unit along with the back seat of the Jeep. We would ask Alex Cox if that was the case, but we can't because he's dead, and police are not commenting. But if Cox was not in Rexburg, it's possible he was in Arizona. inside Charles Vallow's Jeep. The next day, back in Rexburg, Lori returns to the storage facility with another man who we believe is Alex. They were there for 3 minutes. You can see them entering, working their way to the same door she was at the day before, and going into the building. Compared to the guy from the day before, this man walks differently and carries the tire out rather than rolling it. The man we think is Cox also carries out the car seat by himself without any help from Lori. Originally, we thought this was a tote with something hanging over the end, but this higher quality video shows that it appears it's actually a vehicle seat, and Lori and Alex are likely taking it away. 3 days later, on October 6th, Alex returns to the storage unit by himself in his silver pickup and comes 5 other times that month, including a visit on October 28th with a man who appears to be Chad Daybell. They stay 6 minutes and wheel in bikes and other items. The last time anyone visits the storage locker is November 24th. Lori and Chad stay for 4 minutes and drop off this Home Depot box and a tote, leaving belongings of JJ and Tylee never to return. Police have now seized all of the items that were inside of that storage unit, along with the Jeep that was used in the shooting of Brandon.
It's about Thanksgiving and everything changed. I thought he was safe, and I get a call from Chad 2 days before Thanksgiving. I still feel emotional about it. I said, Melanie, it's Chad. When the police call, don't pick up the phone. And my heart just dropped. I was so confused. I'm like, what? He says, yeah, the police are over at Lori's house checking on JJ. And I'm like, JJ's not with Kay? No. My heart dropped deeper. And I just knew something was wrong, but I didn't know. I didn't understand. Like, you know, when you believe your friends are good people, you couldn't believe that they could do something like that.
What was Chad's demeanor like on the phone? Was he stoic? What was he like?
He was very nervous.
He was nervous.
He was very scared. He did not sound himself. Very unsure, very quivery almost. Yeah, it was a hard moment.
So that call comes completely out of the blue.
Out of the blue. Wasn't expecting that at all.
He says, don't pick up the phone when the police call.
Mm-hmm.
He's scared. He's nervous.
Mm-hmm.
He says they're going to call you because they're at Lori's house.
And she's going to tell them that JJ's with you.
She's going to tell the cops that JJ's with you in Arizona.
No, I was in Utah at the time.
You were in Utah.
Yeah.
First of all, that's a bombshell that's just thrown.
I can't even describe how I felt.
Wanted to give a brief press release today about some events that have occurred today in regards to our missing children's case of Colby Ryan and Joshua Vallow. This morning we served the Rexburg Police Department and the Fremont County Sheriff's Office and the FBI served a search warrant in the 200 block, 1900 East here in Fremont County, also known as Chad Daybell's residence. Throughout the investigation, detectives and investigators have recovered what's believed to be human remains that have not been identified at this time. We are not going to answer any questions at this time in regards to any of the further of the investigation until we have more details, but we were wanting to get this out to let everybody know before there's speculation or rumor that starts flying. So again, we're not going to take any questions at this time. We'll save that for a later press conference when we have more details. But again, we just want to reemphasize how much appreciation we have for you guys for coming out here and for covering this and for the families and friends of everybody involved. So
I'm Nate Eaton at the Rexburg Airport, where Lori Vallow Daybell just got off this plane behind me. She landed in Boise earlier today, was escorted onto this aircraft. She landed, and I had a chance to ask her some questions. Welcome back, Lori. Where are your kids? Just tell us where your kids are. Where are your kids? Anything you want to say, Lori? Anything you want to say? How does it feel to be back in Idaho? What do you want to say to your kids? What do you want to say to Colby? Anything you want to say to Chad, Lori? Any message you have for people watching? Why won't you talk, Lori? Why won't you talk to us? Why won't you talk to the world? This could all be over if you would just answer some questions, Lori. What do you have to say? Did you commit any crimes, Lori? What message do you have for the world, Lori? I know you can hear me. There's a lot of people that want to hear what you have to say. We're ready to listen. JJ and Tylee deserve your answers, Lori. From here at the airport, she was immediately put into a police vehicle and taken to the Madison County Jail, where she was booked. She will appear in court Friday at 2 p.m. on the charges. We will see if she has anything to say at that point. A lot happened in the Daybell investigation over the course of 8 weeks last fall. Crucial events occurred here in eastern Idaho during September and October that are key points in the investigation against Chad and Lori Daybell. Here's a closer look at the days, hours, even minutes that led up to where we are today. September 1st or 2nd, Lori Vallow moves into a townhouse on Pioneer Road in Rexburg with her brother, Alex Cox, and children, JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan. Neighbors told police they helped the family move in, and over the next few weeks, their son played with JJ multiple times. Alex eventually moved into his own unit at the same complex. 1 week later, September 8th, Lori, Alex, JJ, and Tylee go to Yellowstone. These photos were taken at the park, and it's the last time police can find any record of Tylee being with Lori. The next day, Monday, September 9th, police say Alex's phone was at Lori's apartment where the kids were staying from 2:42 a.m. until 3:37 a.m. Detectives say this is significant because it's the middle of the night and the only time in September Alex appears to go to Lori's house between midnight and 6 a.m. He goes back home at 4:37 a.m. and stays there until 8:59 a.m. 22 minutes later, he is located at Chad Daybell's property. At 9:21, a GPS data point places him at the east end of the barn on Chad's land. Alex appears to stay at the home for over 2 hours. Then at 11:52 a.m., he's located at Del Taco in Rexburg. 1 minute later, Chad texts Tammy, who's at work. He says he shot a raccoon and buried it in their pet cemetery. He tells his wife he's going to write at BYU. Tammy responds at 2:47 p.m. Good for you. To which Chad replies, I'm back home now. September 18th, a babysitter meets Lori and JJ. She tells police she understood her employment would be ongoing. She watches JJ the next day, September 19th. That's the same day Melanie Gibb and David Warwick visit Lori from Arizona. Lori immediately tells Melanie JJ has become a zombie. Sunday, September 22nd, Melanie and David tell police they saw JJ late that night as Alex was carrying him to his apartment. Alex later returned and JJ appeared to be asleep on his shoulder. The next day, Monday, September 23rd, David wakes up and asks Lori where JJ is. It's between 8 and 9 in the morning. Lori tells David and Melanie that JJ had been acting like a zombie, and Alex had come and taken him. During their weekend stay, Lori and Melanie discuss how Lori will be taking JJ to stay with Kay Woodcock, his grandmother, so Lori and Chad can complete their mission. David and Melanie leave Rexburg, and that day, JJ has an unexcused absence from Kennedy Elementary School. At 9:55 that same morning, the GPS on Alex's cell phone shows him near the pond on Chad Daybell's property. He's there until 10:12 a.m. This is one of 4 visits Alex makes to Chad's house in September. He stays for 12 minutes on September 6th, 2.5 hours on September 9th, 17 minutes on September 23rd, and around 17 minutes on September 25th. On September 24th, Lori contacts that babysitter and says JJ has gone to stay with his grandmother for several weeks and her services are no longer needed. Lori also calls Kennedy Elementary and says she will now be homeschooling JJ. 1 week later, on October 1st, Lori visits Self Storage Plus in Rexburg and signs an agreement to rent a unit using the name Lori Ryan. She, Alex, and a man we believe to be Chad Daybell visit the storage unit 8 more times in October and once in November. The next day, October 2nd, several things happen. Lori and a person we think is Chad drop off a tire and what appears to be a removable car seat at the unit. On the way out, Chad touches Lori's rear end. Meanwhile, in Arizona, Brandon Boudreaux, the ex-husband of Lori's niece, Melanie Pulowski, is shot at while driving home from the gym. A private investigator believes the shooter was Alex, and he was driving a Jeep registered to Charles Vallow. Also on this day, a size 4 sterling silver southwestern style malachite gemstone is ordered on Charles Vallow's Amazon account. It's shipped to Lori's Rexburg home, and it's the same ring spotted in her wedding photos weeks later. On October 3rd, Lori returns to the storage facility with a different man, likely Alex, and they remove the tire and car seat from the locker. That day, family members tell me Chad was working outside, and he came in to tell Tammy that Grandma Cooper had visited him. She told him Tammy needed to go see her parents in Springville, Utah. Tammy had told Chad earlier in the week that she wanted to see her family, but he was hesitant to go. She never traveled by herself, always with Chad or with the children. But after Chad told her about this visitation, she got in the car the next day on October 4th and drove to Springville. That evening, she had dinner with her parents and spent the night at her sister's home. She woke up the next morning around 9 and drove back to Rexburg. Tammy returned October 5th, and 4 days later, on October 9th, she reported pulling into her driveway, getting out of the car, and a man in a ski mask came up and shot at her several times with a paintball gun. He took off and she called the cops. They believed it was a prank and the man was never found. On Saturday, October 19th, Tammy suddenly died in her sleep. Her funeral was 3 days later in Springville, Utah. Chad left quickly and returned to Rexburg, where a memorial was held the next day. October 25th, a friend of Tylee reports getting a text message from her phone that said, "Hi, miss you guys too, love ya." 10 days after that supposed text message, Tylee's mother, Lori Vallow, married Chad Daybell on the beaches of Hawaii. None of their family members or friends were there, and thus began a new phase of the investigation. I'm Nate Eaton outside the FBI Salt Lake City division, and it's no secret that agents have been actively involved in the Daybell case, but a large part of the investigation is not being done here. It's being done here at the Computer Forensic Salt Lake City. Remember when investigators seized electronics from Chad Daybell's home in January? Those devices were brought here to the RCFL, where Cheney Eng-To is the lab director and a supervisory special agent for the FBI.
So we're essentially a digital forensic task force.
That's great.
The Daybell case is still very active, so Eng-To can't speak to it specifically, but he is able to tell us what the 12 employees do here when computers, laptops, phones, drones, vehicles, watches, and other electronics come in.
If there is stuff on there that is going to help prosecute somebody, we want to find it. If there's not anything on there, well, that's fine as well, but at least we, the case agent knows for sure what's on there.
Let's start with computers. When one is brought in, a forensic examiner removes the hard drive and images or duplicates it. onto a separate hard drive. The original is put back into the computer and left alone.
You can then hash it, which is just a mathematical algorithm. Think of it as a digital fingerprint.
Some computers have millions of files and terabytes of information, but with the help of software, examiners are able to scour the data for anything that might be helpful. Because they're working on a duplicate, the actual hard drive is never altered.
After we've done our examination on this duplicate, so to speak, we then run a hash value again, which should match the original one. And then if it goes to court, we can then say that hash value at the end matched the beginning one, which matched the original hard drive. Therefore, we can say that any evidence that we pulled out of there was on there from the beginning. We didn't touch it. We didn't add anything to it. It was all there.
Working on cell phones are a little different. You can't image or duplicate a phone, so examiners use software and programs the FBI developed to conduct their search. The challenge can come when the phone has a password or PIN that can't be cracked.
Sometimes when you try to break these passwords, you're trying millions or billions of combinations a second. And we've had them run for months and not be successful. Other times, sometimes we get in.
When evidence is brought here to the RCFL, it's checked into this room and a chain of custody is then generated. That means anytime anybody looks at it, checks it out, there's a record of it. Then the evidence goes here into the evidence room. Now, there are examiners who spend all day, every day, going through this evidence, going through the data. They work back here in the laboratory trying to find clues that can help in the case.
And any law enforcement agency in Utah, Montana, and Idaho can submit evidence, digital evidence to us. And sometimes we get asked, is there a fee? There's no fee.
That can be helpful to small departments that don't have a trained professional or the budget to analyze electronic evidence. Last year, 455 cases were submitted to the Intermountain West RCFL. There are 150 active cases right now. And at any given time, around 50% of investigations here deal with child pornography, sexual exploitation, or sexual assault. And the work is not slowing down anytime soon.
Every case these days, the person either has a phone or a computer or both. And so we get stuff submitted to us all the time.
It takes 24 months to become a digital forensic examiner, and not just anybody can get the job. You have to work for the FBI or the 8 other agencies that participate in the lab. There are 2 satellite offices, one in Boise and one in Billings, Montana. There are 16 other RCFLs across the country, and they only do police investigations.
Unfortunately, we can't do work for private citizens.
Countless cases have been solved thanks to the men and women who work in this lab. And as technology constantly changes, so will the RCFL.
It's a never-ending thing.
Hi.
How do you feel?
Glad that we're moving on to the next step. And albeit 1 year to the day where they murdered, well, I'm sorry, not when they murdered him, 1 year to the day where we found out that they for sure were dead. And they unearthed him in his backyard. Pleading not guilty, he might as well I think he should just give it up. And how do you have 2 kids in your backyard and you don't know anything about it? And it's just, I know it's the justice system, but anyway.
I noticed you got emotional and reached over and held Colby's hand during the hearing. Were you expecting that? To get that emotional?
I didn't expect that. And it just kind of, as with all this, it just kind of waves over you, comes over in a wave of emotion. And it just making it more real, because it just seemed surreal for a long time. And as you accept it more and more, I guess I'm speaking for myself, but things just get to be more real.
How was it seeing him enter count after count, not guilty? Just count after count saying no.
Just, he's a liar. He's a liar. But we gotta go, y'all.
Anything you want to say, Colby? Yeah, what did you think being here today, a year to the day that Tylee and JJ were found?
It's hard.
It's really hard. Seeing him, knowing he did it, and knowing everything about the truth and just this whole process is really hard. Obviously, we've all had to go through it, but he's going to say what he's going to say. He's going to lie about it. From the beginning, they've lied about it. So there's nothing you can do about it.
What are some of the memories that you were thinking about this morning when you woke up?
I was just thinking about all the good times we've had. That's all I can hold on to. I think that's all we can really remember. You don't want to have all of your memories be bad. You don't want all your memories to be about them being gone. And just thinking about all the times we just had normal days, waking up, especially in summer, stuff like that, swimming, enjoying each other. That's what I hold on to.
Think of the hearing today.
I understood both sides, what they were trying to say. To me, the issue is not the cameras or it's not the audio. To me, the issue was Lori playing to the cameras. Just because the defense team and the prosecution didn't pay attention to the cameras and Lori did, it was Lori who was playing to the camera. Oh, I got my ring on. Oh, let me go outside and let me pose for the cameras. The judge has discretion, and I hope he uses it, and I hope he's wise in his decision. I think we as a public have the right to be involved in that court every day. And you, as the media, should be there every day. And I don't see how it's going to affect the jury. When you have a defendant who is out there playing to the public, and that's my point.
So it sounds like you're saying cameras should remain.
Absolutely, cameras should remain. Absolutely.
And I would imagine that makes it easier for you in case you can't get out here. You can still follow the case.
It's not that. I'm going to be here, and unless I'm dead, I'm going to be here. But I want my family and our friends and the people that follow us worldwide deserve to know what's going on. And I think that it's the media's, they have to regulate themselves. They have to give no excuse whatsoever for there to be a mistrial. But when you have a defendant playing to the cameras inside the court and outside of the court, that is not the media. That's the defendant.
What was it like seeing her today?
Well, first of all, she's really aging and not gracefully. And, I really don't like to put a lot of emphasis on what Lori looks like, what she says, what she does. But I think what she did in this case, in the last hearing, was what she is. That's who Lori is. She plays to the camera. She plays to the media. She thinks right now, I'd be willing to bet she thinks she's on Miss America. That's just my thoughts.
It's September, which I know is a tough month.
Yeah.
3 years ago, this month is when they believe that JJ and Tylee died. I mean, is it extra? What are your feelings coming back to Idaho this month, this season, knowing that
we had to come back? Kay and I had to come back. We had to go to the fence yesterday. And I cried. I cried a lot because at this point in the stage of this court hearing, court documents, the court procession, all I want to do is bury the kids. God, come on. It's been 3 years. JJ's in a vault right here in town. He's in a freezer. Come on, Judge, let us have them so we can bury them. The court will do what it's going to do. The jurors are going to decide what they're going to decide. I don't care. Just give us the children. Let us do what is right. This is not right. I don't care about Lori. I don't care about Chad. Did what they do was right? No, it was wrong. It was horrible. It was without, I don't even know how you comprehend doing something like that. But at this point, I just don't care. Let us have the kids. Let us bury them. Let us do the right thing. And that's all I'm begging the court. If the court wants a camera in there, good. If the court doesn't, good. But for God's sake, let us do right by the kids at this time. And it's time. It's so past time. This is ridiculous.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're going on the record now in this case. Let me first confirm through our tech people, is the matter being live streamed and is the feed working properly? We get a confirmation on that. Presume it is. Madam Court Reporter, are you ready? All right. Okay, and I just got a confirmation as well that the matter is being broadcast per the court's order. This is case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow, Fremont County case. This is the time scheduled for sentencing today. The defendant is here appearing in person along with her attorneys, Jim Archibald and John Thomas. The state's represented by Rob Wood, Rachel Smith, and Lindsay Blake. At this time, I do want to inquire of counsel from the state who will be making the sentencing recommendation today.
I will, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. And for the defense, who's going to be making the sentencing recommendation?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thomas, thank you. Couple of preliminary matters before we get started with the substance of the sentencing hearing. Court would first note there is a conduct order that's been entered in this proceeding governing this courtroom. The court is live streaming the hearing today. However, for those in attendance, there's no provision to allow any type of recording, either audio or video, in this proceeding. So that's prohibited. In addition, the court requires that any electronic devices be turned off or put in a silent mode. If any cell phones or other devices go off and cause any disruption during the proceedings, they'll be taken by the bailiffs in this case. And also, the court would note, as part of the conduct order, there's a prohibition against any kind of disruptive behavior. So no outbursts or other types of acts will be tolerated in this sentencing hearing. We'll maintain order as we did throughout these proceedings in this case and throughout the trial as well. So I appreciate all of the presence of our bailiffs here to enforce the order. And I would ask the compliance of all those in attendance to follow carefully those admonishments in the court's order. Another matter I'll bring up as we start for the sentencing hearing, over last week on Friday and through the weekend, there were some motions filed. There was an objection to the pre-sentence report and a motion to strike victim impact statements. The court took up the pleadings of those, and given the timing and without adequate time to respond and have a hearing, court went through the matters and issued orders on both of those motions. So I consider them resolved, but let me just confirm with counsel. Mr. Wood, did the state receive copies of the court's orders pertaining to those two motions?
Yes, we did.
All right. And Mr. Thomas, did the defense receive those orders as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. And with the sentencing hearing today, I'll go through some procedural history of the case first. Ms. Vallow, at the time of your arraignment in this case, which was on April 19th, 2022, you were informed that an indictment had been filed against you by the state of Idaho, charging you with the following crimes: 2 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception, 2 counts of first-degree murder, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and 1 count of grand theft. At the time of your arraignment, you were advised of the potential penalties involved with those charges, your constitutional rights, your plea options, and the legal consequences of exercising each of those options. You pled not guilty to the charges. Later, during trial, an amended indictment was filed by the state. A jury trial in your case took place in Ada County, Idaho, with jury selection beginning March 27th of this year, 2023. And as I mentioned during the trial, an amended indictment had been filed. The case was submitted to the jury for their deliberations on May 11th of this year, and on May 12th, the jury returned their verdict, finding you guilty of the following counts of that amended indictment. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. And count 6, grand theft. After you were found guilty by a jury of your peers, the sentencing hearing was scheduled. Pursuant to Idaho law, the court then ordered the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation report, which will be referred to throughout this proceeding as a PSI. And the courts considered that report for sentencing today. The court did order a full PSI, which would include orders for a behavioral health assessment, a mental health examination, substance abuse assessment, and all pursuant to Idaho Code 1925-24. However, you chose not to participate in the pre-sentence process, so much of that information that could have been included for my consideration in the report has not been included. I've received and I have carefully reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report, and a copy of that report was provided to both the state and the defendant through her attorney. I'll ask the state at this time then, was the state able to review the PSI?
Yes, we were.
Mr. Wood, in that report, and I know it's a voluminous report, 430 pages, but were there any sections or parts of the report that you believe need to be clarified or corrected after your review?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, there were multiple victim impact statements submitted with that report. We don't usually comment on those, but just for purposes of the record, in one of those victim impact statements, there was reference made to Tammy Daybell dying by a pillow. On the record, for the purposes of the record, the state has no evidence that that happened that way. There was also reference to that we don't know whether or not the defendant was there at Tammy Daybell's death. And just for purposes of the record, and as it was shown in trial, we are aware she was not at the location Tammy Daybell was murdered. She was in Hawaii. Again, our concern, we just wanted to be clear for purposes of the record so that an allegation could not be made down the road that the state had provided evidence or information to victims that we had not, one, that wasn't true, or two, hadn't been provided to the defense.
All right, regarding those statements, then the court would most likely strike those from the record based on those comments. Court would also note in ruling on motions over the weekend, I further ordered stricken certain parts of victim impact statements. Mr. Thomas, any objection to me striking those comments in those statements?
Your Honor, Mr. Archibald is going to address this portion if that's okay with the court.
Very well, Mr. Archibald.
We've reviewed the court's order striking portions of those victim impact statements. We do not object to the court ordering those stricken.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. So back to you, Mr. Wood. Could you clarify with some specificity where those specific comments were located? And the court will go through and what they would refer to as redlining. I'll line those out in the final PSI that gets submitted into the case file.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. They were contained in Ms. Hoban's PSI, or I'm sorry, victim impact statement. And if the court would like, I can find the page number of that.
I think just to reference for the record, if you could reference the page number, then I will go in and redline those revisions to the report before it's finalized.
It is in the third paragraph on page 2.
Okay, the court sees those comments as mentioned in the third paragraph of page 2. The court will go and redact those out of the victim impact statement. And if the Ms. Hoban intends to make a statement, I would ask that she refrain from making any further comments to that extent. And we'll get those filed. Other than that, Mr. Wood, then is there any other requested clarification or correction to the PSI?
No, there is not.
All right. Let me next move to the defense then. Mr. Archibald, in regards to the PSI filed in the case, does the defense have any further objection or anything you wish clarified or corrected in the report?
Your Honor, on June 13th, I submitted 661 pages to the pre-sentence investigator that I believe dealt with the health of the defendant. 660 pages. I didn't know how many of those pages would be included in the report. Turns out only 27 pages were included. The 27 pages do include Dr. Watson's psychological opinion and also Dr. Cunningham's. So I appreciate the pre-sentence investigator including those two reports, but I asked for additional reports regarding the health of the defendant. The court has now issued an opinion this morning ruling on that, but my objection to the pre-sentence report stands.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. The court would note in the order issued this morning, and it's entitled Order on Objection to the PSI, court went through an analysis on the statutes and the rules as relating to the prior competency information and why I found it was inappropriate to include in the PSI as the investigator noted. And so that will be the court's order at this time on those submissions. Any other matters in the report you wish clarified or corrected, Mr. Archibald?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Let me confirm with counsel then too, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald, was your client able to review the report as well?
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. All right, I will note that I'll rely on that report then with those redactions in fashioning the sentence today. Moving now to the question of whether there will be any witness statements or testimony here proffered today. For the defense, are you offering any statements from any witnesses today, Mr. Thomas or Mr. Archibald?
No, Your Honor. Just
All right.
Ms. Vallow may speak on her
Very well.
behalf.
So the defendant, I'll address that. She'll have a right of allocution if she wishes. From the state, Mr. Wood, is the state intending to call any witnesses to testify or victims to provide oral impact statements today?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will not be calling any evidentiary witnesses. However, there are 4 victims who wish to be heard. The victims, Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow's brother, Colby Ryan, has asked that we read his statement into the record. So with permission of the court, I will do that on his behalf. After that, Samantha William, Tammy Daybell's sister, has asked to be heard. Vicky Hoban, Tammy Daybell's aunt, has asked to be heard. And Kay Woodcock, J.J. Vallow's grandmother, has asked to be heard.
Very well. The court has previously determined that these are either victims or designated representatives under Idaho statute to be able to provide statements in this case, given the murder convictions. So the court will allow for them to make their comments today. Let me just indicate then how the hearing will proceed going forward. So first, the court will consider those victim impact statements that may be read into the record or offered by those individuals. After that, I intend to hear the recommendations on sentencing from you, Mr. Wood. Once the state's concluded then making its recommendations, Mr. Thomas, you may make recommendations on behalf of your client, Ms. Vallow. And then finally, Ms. Vallow, if you wish to address the court directly, you can do that after your attorney has done so. So with that in mind, Mr. Wood, I'll start by going through the victim impact statements the state intends to introduce, and you can either read into the record or call your first victim to make a comment at this time. One more point of clarification, sorry. The victims, if they do wish to speak, will speak at the podium over to my left. And I'll note that that is not being filmed for this proceeding, so it won't be shown on the video. That's how the court's arranged the courtroom, just so counsel knows. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to either read a comment or have your first victim speak, you can do that now.
Thank you. Before I do that, Your Honor, I did neglect to say that Samantha William will also be reading into the record the statement of her father, which was included in the PSI if the court permits.
All right, the court will so permit that on your request.
And with that, then we would ask that Samantha be allowed to make her statement now.
Very well. Ms. William, then if you'd like to come forward and you can provide your statement at that lectern right in front of you. Please state your name for the record as you begin.
My name is Samantha Gwilliam. Do you want me to do my father's after mine or do it before mine?
It's up to you.
I'm going to read his first. This is what my father wrote. His name is Ronald Douglas. He is writing on behalf of myself and my now deceased wife. I would like to share thoughts about the impact of the actions of Lori Vallow on our family. Tammy's death was unexpected and had a profound impact on all of us. We were barely into our recovery process when we learned of Chad's new marriage exactly 2 weeks after losing Tammy. We had no knowledge of missing children until we were visited by law enforcement officers and informed of Tammy's disinterment and autopsy. The drama began to unfold and the reason for the quick burial became apparent. Over the course of the following months, the ensuing revelations of deceit and intrigue caused extreme emotional stress on my wife, Phyllis. We became estranged from the Daybell children and began losing the close relationships we had with them. I'm sure they feel awkward about their father's actions and how Tammy's death was affecting us. We value them as grandchildren and want to keep them close to us. While Phyllis was already battling her leukemia of over 30 years, the emotional stress of this drama seemed to accelerate her declining health. Her remaining months of life were full of strain and heartache. Lori entered Chad's life long before we were aware of any interaction between them. In retrospect, we see that Chad was living a double life and the bonds of his family were being eroded due to his involvement with Lori. The eternal ramifications of her actions are yet to be calculated. Lori needs to pay for her actions according to the laws of mortals. She will still answer according to the laws of God when she passes from this life. Ron Douglas. This is my statement. Over the last few years, I've often thought about what I would ever say to you, Lori. I've often thought about what my sister would have said too. The minute I found out that Chad had quickly remarried after the death of my most beloved sister, Tammy, it confirmed what I had always felt. You see, the minute I received the phone call that she had died, I knew something had happened to her, but I didn't know why I would feel that way. So when we were told by Chad that he had married you and that it had happened 2 weeks after Tammy had been buried, my heart knew. I researched you like any true woman would to find out who you were. What did I find? Lies. Everything about you that you tried to tell others is a lie.
At this point, I'm going to object. I don't believe this falls within the statute or within the Idaho Constitution or within Idaho's versus Payne.
All right, Mr. Thomas, your objection is noted. It's overruled. The court will be able to consider and ferret out these statements and properly consider what's in the record. You can continue, Ms. William.
We asked, what's her name? Lori Ryan. Well, that was a lie. That was 2 husbands ago. So it was what I searched. What happened to your previous husband? She told us that he had died from a heart attack. Lie. He died from being shot. I asked, are there children? I was told we will be empty nesters. That's a lie. The police ask us about missing children. You answer, the children aren't missing. They're safe and happy. It's a lie. Your children, your poor children were dead and buried on Chad's property, and my sister was told was sick and her health was failing. Well, that was a lie. I had seen her with my own eyes 2 weeks prior. She was very healthy. We have to go through her being disinterred and having an autopsy done. Was glad to get some answers and some truth after so many lies. But to find out what we knew in our hearts all along, she'd been murdered by those who saw her as an obstacle to a plan. You planned her murder just as much as you planned the murders of your own children and your previous husband. Why? Why plan something so heinous? You had an affair with a married man. You lied to yourself by what is okay to sneak behind the backs of your spouses. You are not exalted beings, and your behavior makes you ineligible to be one. But why pick Chad? He was an average guy and you had married several men before him. He made you feel special and singled out. You tell yourself that you were high spiritual beings who have lived lives together through time. You felt powerful. This is too is a lie. But Chad has no real wealth. How will you live? You can easily have divorced your spouses and made your own perverted life together, but you need money. So you tell this story about people being dark and that they are zombies. This is how you justify who needs to be removed. You use this lie to justify the murders of 4 people whose deaths you profit from. But you could sit there and think, you've never met me and I don't know you. But I've always been able to tell when I am being lied to, and you are a liar, an adulteress, and a murderer. Because of the choices you made, my family lost a beloved mother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She was 1,000 times the woman you will ever dream of being. Because of the choices you made, we have been hounded by media and those who revel in all of the salacious scandal you have stirred up. Because of you and your desire to get what you want at any cost, my family has been ripped apart. I helped raise Tammy's children. And because of you, they no longer have their mother or grandmother. And because of fear of losing another parent, they listen to the lies spewed by you and Chad. Our relationship is strained and most contact with them is gone. Your trial was the last thing my ailing mother had to live through. She declined in health as she heard through news reports all of the horrible things that happened, and she had to relive all the things we have tried to forget the last 4 years. My mother passed away in June, knowing that you will never come out of prison again. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose not to participate in her funeral because of fear of causing more drama. We were deprived of the chance to heal and have them realize how much we love them. We don't blame them for what happened, but we blame you and Chad for all the lies you've told and ripping apart this family. We didn't do anything. My parents are not evil. They did not deserve to lose their grandchildren on top of losing their daughter. I did not deserve to lose the relationships of children I helped raise, or a sister that was my dearest friend. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed that way is unacceptable. Lucky for me, the world can see the truth as much as I can. Everyone now knows what liars you are. They now all know what horrible things you have done. You will have to live in your prison cell for the rest of your life. You are not an exalted being, and there's no huge event that is going to save you. No jail walls are going to fall so you can leave. No angels are coming to rescue you. You made judgments of others and determined if they should die based on the fact that they might do bad things and we need to kill them before they do. That is not how the atonement works. We cannot punish and judge others on things they haven't happened yet, but you did. You have also made choices that have led you here. You have been judged by the court and you have been found guilty. Your consequences are before you. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve her and now the loss of my mother for the rest of my life. I will always remember them. As for you, I choose to forget you. And as I leave this courtroom today, I choose to never think of you again. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the impact statement, Ms. William. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to call the next victim who wishes to speak.
That would be Vicky Hoban, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hoban, you may come forward, offer your statement there at the lectern.
First, I'd like to thank the court for allowing me to give a statement here today. I'm Tammy Vicky. I was able to attend a big part of this trial, and so my first comment will be to address what I felt the defendant's behavior was. I felt she was shameful during the trial. It was apparent to me and others that the defendant did not take the proceedings in this courtroom seriously. It was extremely disrespectful to watch, especially during some of the most sensitive and heartbreaking testimony. Her smirking, her smiling, giggling, talking.
Judge, I'm going to object based on State versus Payne, based on the Idaho Constitution, based on Idaho Code 1953-06. She's supposed to give an impact statement which the defendant's criminal conduct had upon the victim. Payne states that the victim impact statement must relate to the characteristics of the victim and the emotional impact of the crime on the family.
We have a brief sidebar with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Wood. All right, the court will just note on the record, there was an objection lodged on this victim impact statement. I had a brief sidebar with counsel and discussed that. I do in part grant the objection, and I've instructed the state to discuss that with the victim to tailor her comments to those appropriate for an impact statement at this point. So, Mr. Wood, I gave you an opportunity to discuss that with Ms. Hoban. Ms. Hoban, if you're ready to continue, apologies for the interruption, but we want to make sure the record's followed carefully here.
Thank you. The type of vibe that was in the courtroom at the time was really hurtful to us. We were unable to be in our feelings and listen to the testimony without having extreme emotion. I'll say it this way. This was a woman who had killed her own children and was on trial for doing that and for killing Tammy. And we felt that she could have had more respect for the family members in the courtroom. Tammy was a most excellent person, and she led her life with the utmost dignity and was beloved not only by our family, but by the community at large. There will be a huge void, and this is Tammy's story, and therefore it's part of our family history. This statement will not be about Lori will be about Tammy because it's her story. It's her life that was taken. She was a mom, a grandma, a daughter, a sister, a niece, a cousin, friend, and yes, she was a librarian. But more than a librarian, she was a teacher. She loved her job and went above and beyond for her students. Her last days filled with preparing a book fair for underserved children. I'm sure when she arrived home Friday, October 18th, 2019, she was very tired from a long day and the hours at school. As she got into bed that night, I would imagine she was thinking the same thing as every other night. Nothing more than getting a good night's sleep once her eldest had checked in from his late night job. She had no idea what the plan was for that night or what had been the plan for quite some time. Unbeknownst to her, there had been quite a bit of discussion about how to get rid of the obstacles that Lori had. Lori had already killed 2 of her children. Tammy was next on her list of obstacle removal. Lori wanted money, sex, and more power, and what Lori wants, Lori gets. The plan was in place on how to get it. Instead of a good night's sleep, Tammy was brutally executed in her own bed. She was taken from us by murdering thieves. Lori sits here convicted and prepped for prison. And let's be honest, the only question left is for how long? But Tammy was robbed of her entire life. And all of her family robbed of ever seeing her again. Never will she whisper a joke with a friend and laugh. Never see another sunrise or a sunset. Never smell fresh rain or see her grandchildren stomp through a mud puddle. Never to hear being called grandma or mom. Not another birthday, Christmas, birth of a grandchild, or graduation from preschool. No seeing pictures of prom, first dates, or weddings. No searching for something fun to do or growing a garden. Never attending one of our families just for the girls' lunches where we reconnected from all over, laughed about the good old times. And the funny way that Grandma Cooper took pictures. And then we take photos with each other that we would compare at the next lunch. There would never be another hilarious rendition of Patty and her singing "Do Your Ears Hang Low." She'd never wave at a friend as they passed by. Make dinner for a sick friend. Never have a last conversation with her beautiful mother. Or one last kiss goodbye. No more of her dad's dad jokes or Samantha's outdoor parties. No more lining up with all of her siblings to get the photo at the next event. A life full of people she loved and who loved her deeply. Her life was snuffed out. To say heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, unbearable is not a big enough statement to convey knowing the way this most excellent existence was taken by planning and execution. The most innocent of lives was simply just discarded like it meant nothing, but it did. And like all of Lucille's grandchildren, her life was a vibe. It was a valiant and unreproachable life. Lori, you participated in the savage murders of precious people of great value and worth. It is most likely something that you would probably never understand. To be selfish and just to live life in a simple way, enjoying life for what it is, to love, to be loved, to smile, and to be smiled at. While you had a shameful relationship with Tammy's husband and planned out a murder, Tammy lived her life. She supported her family in every way. And for you to turn her home where she lived and slept into a cemetery, her two innocent and beautiful children, is one of the most horrific things I can think of. Tammy would have been horrified to know what you had done and it has broken us as a family. You are now going to pay the price, albeit never sufficient in this life. It's all that we can do. I hope that the life you live is filled with fear and that every day you are terrified, just the way that beautiful Tylee lived in fear for hers and sweet JJ as you continue terrifying her by saying they would be zombies. And she knew the consequences of being what you call dark. Tylee had many wonderful friends that loved her, and in a cruel irony, my granddaughter was a good friend to Tylee. This friend group can still to this day not speak of Tylee freely. They are so stuck in their grief and sadness for their friend who is savagely brutalized and murdered at her mother's hands. It's unconscionable to them, and the grief is still overwhelming. In closing, I would like to thank all of the law enforcement, the FBI, the investigators, the prosecutors, the administration. Everybody has worked so diligently on this case. Especially want to thank those who had to see those things that can't be unseen. We understand your pain also, and grateful for the many, many hours of hard work and dedication and the search for the truth. Thank you, Judge. I trust that you will do the correct penalty for this. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hoban, thank you for your impact statement. Mr. Wood.
The next victim will be Kay Woodcock.
All right, Ms. Woodcock.
Good day, Judge Boyce. I want to express my thanks and appreciation for being able to speak publicly today on the impact of the defendant's actions. Thank you. 80, 1401, 1481, 1, 72, 1536, 0, 52, 8, 72, 319, and finally, 1 million. These are more than just numbers and very important numbers and will make sense as I continue. 80 days ago, on May 12th, 2023, the word guilty was read for each of the charges inmate Daybell is being sentenced for today. Guilty, the word cemented what I had known for 1,401 days, was returned by the jury. The jury devoted their time, energy, and dedication to deliver justice for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy for every single heinous crime charged. Our family is eternally grateful for their sacrifice. Justice would not have been possible without the time, perseverance, and tireless work every member of multiple law enforcement agencies, prosecution team, court personnel, and the court. Our appreciation and thanks can never be expressed in a way that will adequately or effectively convey our gratitude. Today marks 1,481 days that have been filled with terror. One was the day my brother Charles was murdered. It took over 30 hours for the defendant to finally send a cold-hearted text to Charles's sons, informing them that their father was dead. No phone call, no explanation as to how, when, and where. Colin Zach immediately called me, hoping this was a cruel joke.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as this has nothing to do with this case.
It's overruled, Mr. Thomas.
Thank
You can continue, Ms. Woodcock.
This was the beginning of her cruel campaign of terror, a campaign that resulted in the deaths of JJ and Tylee, two innocent children, and Tammy, a devoted mother, grandmother, and wife. Our intense fear for JJ's safety began the very moment we learned of Charles's death. We knew Lori didn't want JJ anymore, as we had seen her abandon him for 72 days with little to no concern of his well-being. We now understand that this was so she could carry on her illicit and torrid affair with Chad Daybell and to conspire with him to murder and profit from my brother's death. With the number of divorces in Larry's past, it took me a while to understand why my brother had to die. I now realize what a nothing Chad Daybell is, a man with no ability to support anyone, no success of his own, a user of the weak-minded, a lazy, good-for-nothing, spineless man that rode his wife's coattails of success. After learning of Charles's death, I immediately began reaching out to Lori. I began calling, leaving voicemails, and texting. Finally, after 3 long hours, I received a brief text with 0 details. She couldn't be bothered or felt too guilty to pick up a phone and call, this time his sister, and explain what happened. It set out so many alarms for Larry and I. Within minutes, we were on the phone with an Arizona detective learning the horrifying truths of my brother's murder. This all began with greed, the greed for and desire for a $1 million life insurance policy. She should have answered my calls. She should have spoken to me. I would have given her the money. She could have let JJ and Tylee live and had $1 million. She could have been free to be Chad's mistress and foot the bill with the money from spilled blood. JJ and Tylee could have been with us living happy lives. Instead, she took all that away, all because she is a money-hungry, power-mongering monster. We flew to Arizona the next morning and were finally able to meet with the detective shortly after. We learned the frightful details of my brother being ambushed by Lori and Alex. I know my brother, and what we were hearing made no sense to the kind, gentle, and generous and loving man we knew him to be. After hearing the details, our immediate concern was JJ's safety. We had no legal rights to JJ. This simply left our hands tied. We were powerless then and have felt overwhelmingly powerless since. It is the most unwanted and terrible feeling to be in that position. I pray no one ever must deal with this type of circumstance. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I would say not even Lori or Chad, but their evil and malicious plans are why we are here. She has shown no grief for the lives she willingly took or the pain she caused. Today, I take the power back by standing here speaking out loud of all the pain and loss she caused. I pray that my words will assist you. My sincerest hope is that they will be seriously contemplated in imposing a sentence for her cruel and heinous crimes. During the trial, a lot of information was shared about JJ's death. Today, I want to share how he lived. That is truly the only way to understand and know who he was and the gaping hole his death has left in our hearts and in this world. Payne and Todd Trahan came into this world fighting on May 25th, 2012, 10 weeks premature and weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. He was transferred to a hospital with neonatal intensive care unit within minutes of being born, where he spent weeks fighting to grow and live. I remember seeing him for the first time. My son Todd, his biological father, and I had followed the ambulance to the hospital. He was about 2 hours old when we were finally able to see him. He was so tiny and looked so fragile. In fact, I still have one of his tiny preemie diapers. It fits in the palm of my hand. As soon as I laid my eyes on him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the tiniest version of my son, Todd, who was also seeing him for the first time. Todd struck with the love, for him that can't be explained. The love that his new parents can't be put into words. I remember him later saying, "How can I love someone I've never met this much? It is a feeling I and millions of others have experienced at the birth of a child." Lori, Todd forgives you. I wanted to make sure you know that. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he could be released to Larry and I in a few days. When we were initially asked if Kanan could come home with us, Larry and I didn't hesitate and immediately said yes, even though it had been 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with their many medical needs. The only place we wanted him to be at home with us was at home with us. The night before he was discharged, I stayed in a little room next to the NICU, talking to the nurses and learning all the little things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, when it was time to leave, the nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat, and I'll get you out of here." I looked at her and kind of perplexed. "I don't need a wheelchair, I can walk." She gave me a smile and a little chuckle and then let me know it's hospital policy for discharged babies. So I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital just like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substances in his tiny little body. He was healthy and ready to come home well before he was expected, and my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and oh so very special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. His first night home, as I bathed him, he cried so hard, and I cried right along with him. My heart was so heavy with all that he had been through in just the few short weeks since his birth. After his bath and still crying, my husband Larry, who JJ called Pawpaw, asked me to hand Kanan to him. He placed our baby Kanan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head, rhythmically patted his back. Larry kept patting him, breathing warmth onto the top of his head until he finally relaxed, stopped crying, and fell asleep. This became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so that Kanan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light. Larry jumped in feet first at 65 years old and did all the things a young and new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us a new strength. Kanan was our strength and we were his comfort. His first 6 months were spent going to countless appointments. We went to appointments with doctors, heart, kidney, and urology problems, then to appointments for speech and occupational therapy, as well as visits to other pediatricians for a host of medical problems. We were always going from one appointment to another, constantly working to help him thrive and grow. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it became inevitable for me to cry. It deeply wounded me to see him go through so much, but I also felt immense pride in seeing him grow and how much love and happiness he gave to us and everyone that met him. My sister Susan had a special bond with Kanan and spent her days watching him so that I could work. She used to take him for walks, pushing his stroller endlessly. She could get him to belly laugh with silly animal noises, especially the froggy noise. There is no sweeter sound than a baby with an ecstatic belly laugh. Memories of the time spent watching Kanan grow, discovering his hands, toes, and feet, are all Susan has left of that special bond, and the immense grief of his loss is overwhelming. At 6 months old, the time came for the surgery he needed to repair a hernia. Charles and Lori flew to be with us at the Children's Hospital in New Orleans. This was a scary moment in time for us. Our tiny little man was undergoing surgery, and their support meant so much to us. After his surgery, Lori insisted I take the sofa as she slept overnight on the floor of the hospital room. Later, the decision was made to let Charles and Lori adopt Kanan. I knew she would always be 1,000% involved in his care, and I knew it would be okay since I witnessed that. She would always be there to help, support, and care for Canaan. That is part of why this is so hard. How does a woman that would go to that length for a baby boy a few short years later brutally take his life? It is mind-blowing, and I will never understand it. Charles and Lori were granted custody a short time later. It was then Canaan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved every minute of raising him. We poured all our love, energy into ensuring he grew and thrived. We knew our unconditional love, and that time was priceless. Canaan's growth and milestones were clear evidence for our love for him. We knew the adoption was the best decision for his future, to have energetic parents, siblings, and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have in Lake Charles, Louisiana. With his departure, we felt a grief that really can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We had barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles's front steps to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker, and I swear I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us. He had missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, JJ wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. There it was, the connection. It was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with JJ. We were always his love, comfort, and safety. JJ's adoption was final in July of 2014, and Charles and Lori moved with the kids to Hawaii, living in a house that backed up to a closed golf course, and it was perfect for JJ. It was like having the biggest backyard ever, and it was heaven for him. He would go outside, and he would run and run and run and run, and I ran and ran to chase him and catch up to him. Somehow, he never, ever ran out of energy. JJ also had no fear, and everything was an adventure. He climbed on everything, and he could do it in the blink of an eye. We have pictures sent from Charles of JJ sitting on top of refrigerators and cabinets with a grin on his face. Listening to testimony during the trial and hearing the defendant claim to others that he turned into a demon for doing what he had always done devastates me. How dare she take his energy and adventurous nature and turn it into a reason to further her murderous conspiracy? We would visit Hawaii every 4 to 5 months and stay 10, 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. On one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana home cooking to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool. He poured ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits with Charles or Lori, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were in stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. However, when we would visit, we would have him sleep with us. JJ would ask Pawpaw to pat his back, just like when he was a baby, and fall asleep. He would sleep until 9 or 10, which astonished them. There was never a doubt he had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever in JJ. Lori loved to entertain and have family visit, ours and hers. She invited family and friends to Hawaii and friends from Hawaii to Arizona. 0 is the number that same mother murdered that same child she expressed her deep appreciation for. It is mind-boggling, and I don't think I will ever be able to understand it. Back to JJ, he was incredibly smart. He was reading at middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with JJ and on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels, Visine, cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, so you can imagine my surprise and delight. As we stood there, he would occasionally stumble on a syllable or pronunciation, but we took the time to go through the words and helped him learn. As he got a little older, his special education school in Arizona told Charles he was a math savant. He could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become, what type of man would he be? What did Lori deprive the world of? JJ loved school, loved his family, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy. The two of them had such a special bond and love for each other. There are so many lives he touched, from family, teachers, neighbors, and church members, that all feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. Not only was JJ smart, but he was also funny, content, healthy, compassionate, and an empathetic child. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those, but instead, with his gentle touch and speaking in soft tones, he would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see or sense they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting with his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous oak tree, playing the drums on buckets and pots and pans. The joy he exuded and shared cannot be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in, and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will get for the rest of my life, and I will only have the precious memories to cling to. Now memories are how I feel the love I so desperately miss due to the heinous acts of his mother, the deplorable woman that chose to be his mother, the woman that 5 years earlier made the conscious decision to stand in front of a judge and swore to provide for, care, love, and protect him. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. There was never any doubt that Tylee was an absolute mama's girl. When she was little, she adored Lori. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. While Charles and Lori lived in Austin, we visited frequently. On one of our visits, we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that had been made into a horse, complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her, and she needed something girly just for her, and she loved it. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one of them being, "Do not enter." And as you can assume, even though JJ could read and understand the notes, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would storm into her room and she would laughingly tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose, just to tease and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and JJ loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. The love they had for each other is captured in the last photo taken of them, both grinning and hugging each other. Hauntingly, this photo was taken shortly before and by the defendant, hours before she murdered her own child, her sweet girl Tylee. I have a niece that is a few months younger than JJ. Her name is Maddie. She and JJ loved each other and would spend days playing together when Charles and JJ would visit. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, that huge grin that kids get during the singing, hit me like a truck. I grabbed the keys from Larry and ran to the car, and I just bawled and bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. I knew then that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. $1,536. That is how many days it has been since I've seen JJ, and how many days since I was able to see that same candlelit glowing grin and for being sung happy birthday. You see, the last time I was able to hug and kiss JJ was in May of 2019 when we celebrated his 7th birthday. It is just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love of another birthday because his mother is greedy and his life was expendable to her. We never know when one of those moments are going to hit, but I can tell you that there have been too many situations in the past few years where we get slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone in his life, all because his materialistic, self-centered mother cruelly and brutally stole his life and him from the world. Lori's acts of depravity, cruelty, and betrayal have no limits. She murdered and stole JJ's daddy from him on July 11th, 2019. Next, she was trying to sell Bailey, JJ's adored and cherished service dog, his shadow and his best friend. When caught, she was confronted and forced to give Bailey back to his original trainer. I can't imagine how that impacted JJ. Bailey went everywhere with him and provided him so much security and happiness. 52. That's how many days after Charles's death she waited, continuing her trail of destruction by taking JJ away from his home, his family, his school, his sense of well-being and normalcy by moving to Rexburg. JJ and Tylee were isolated and deprived of everything and everyone they knew and loved. 8. That's how many days later until another act of treachery with the murder and desecration of Tylee. The immense sorrow I feel in thinking of JJ's last days and week cannot be measured. How did he cope with the shockwave of change, confusion, and chaos? Being autistic and just a child in general, he thrived and excelled with his routines and schedules, and nothing was routine at that point. How much grief and fear did he experience? The loss of his dad, his world was upside down. During those 2 months, I continually asked, to the point of pleading with Lori to let us visit JJ. She only agreed once and then canceled. The trip was for JJ to attend Charles's memorial services back home in Louisiana. Our FaceTime calls, something that had been the norm, were cut shorter and shorter until our last call on August 10th of 2019 that lasted for 35 seconds. This all started with her greed. Her greed for a $1 million life insurance policy and her lust for Chad. 72 days, that is how many days it took Lori to take everything from JJ. He lost his dad, his home, his best friend Bailey, his beloved big sister, and his life, all in 72 days. My sister said it best. My sister Susan said it best. She killed him slowly by taking away everything that mattered. The following 9 months were pure hell. Nothing else can describe the feeling of not knowing where the children were. We were continually learning more about the evil that the defendant was involved with, and our fears continued to mount daily. 319. That's how many days from the last time we were able to FaceTime with JJ until the moment we learned the children had been found in Chad Daybell's backyard, buried like animals. When the call came, a sound escaped me that only can be described as guttural. Our worst fears were confirmed and we were destroyed. The grief my family and I have endured is immeasurable. Lori cruelly took my big brother Charles, my adorable grandson JJ, and my beautiful niece Tylee and sweet Tammy, whose family I've come to know and love. Lori is undeniably a monster that has not taken any responsibility or shown an ounce of remorse for her vile actions. She deserves to never again breathe oxygen as a free member of society. Her actions, dismissive behavior, and disinterest in court proceedings continue to validate her lack of accountability and remorse or any possibility to be rehabilitated. Lori Cox Daybell is a danger to society. Her body and manipulative mind are weapons used for her selfish greed and satisfaction. We firmly believe that she has zero mental
I'm sorry,
illness.
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object. I think the court ruled on this particular portion of her statement. I'm going to ask that the court enforce that.
Give me a moment. Let me review the
Very good, Your
section
Honor.
of the written PSI in the court's previous order. The objection's overruled. This is not the section the court struck from the statement, so you can continue, Ms. Woodcock.
We firmly believe that she has zero mental illness that drove her to commit these heinous acts. Rather, she is driven by her greed and need to be the center of attention. During the trial, a jail call was played between Lori and her son Colby as she continued her manipulation. Today, it feels especially poignant. Quoting Lori, "They have made all these judgments. They think they know what happened. They think they know who's responsible. They think they know everything, but you don't know because you weren't there. And one day you will know. One day you will know what actually happened." Those are her words. It is the one truth that Lori has told since the beginning of her campaign of terror. We do know what actually happened and who is responsible. Lori. Today is the day that she will finally be punished for her manipulation, cruelty, and criminal acts. She has shown no remorse for the murders, the lying, the deceit, or the pain. During the trial, we heard Lori deflect and minimize her sister's grief. We heard her exclaim that she was trying to go on with life, that she needed to be happy, all while she was dancing on the beach and her children were buried in Chad's backyard. Only someone with no remorse tries to justify the cold-blooded murder of her children with her needs. We wholeheartedly believe she was not only complicit, but was an active participant in both JJ and Tylee's murders, making her crimes even more reprehensible. Your Honor, my family and I pray for nothing. Okay. We trust your wisdom in determining the sentence for the fraud. Sorry about that too. Strike that. Okay. We believe there should never be a reason for her to be released from prison. She deprived JJ, Tylee, and Tammy of that right and should never be given what she so easily took from them. I'll leave with two final numbers. 3 for the 3 people who were murdered, who we will never forget. And finally, the number 1 for the defendant, the person that will never matter again once we walk out the door.
All right, Ms. Woodcock, thank you for the victim impact statement. Mr. Wood, are there any other statements to be offered into the record?
Yes, Your Honor. We have been asked to read Colby Ryan's statement into the record, and so I'll do that now.
Very well.
As the older brother to Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and the son of Charles Vallow, I want to say the generations have been affected by these murders. My children will never know their uncle, their aunt or grandfather, or even their own grandmother. Tylee and JJ brought so much light into this world. With their lives being stolen, I would like to share this. I believe that nothing could or will ever be the same. Tylee will never have an opportunity to become a mother, wife, or have the career she was destined to have. She will never be able to have the life she deserved. JJ will never be able to grow and spread his light with this world the way he did. He will never have a chance to grow up. My girls will never have a chance to know them in this life. My siblings and father deserve so much more than this. I want them to be remembered for who they were and not to be just a spectacle or a headline to the world. Tylee was sweet and kind, funny and bold, and she deserves to be seen as such. JJ was the most fun, sweet, and silly kid I'd ever known, loving and so smart. He deserves to be seen as such. Charles was a loving, kind, and generous father, and he did everything he could to help and provide for everyone around him. He deserves to be seen as that. This has affected me personally more than I could ever possibly put into words. I've lost my entire family in life. I lost the opportunity to share life with the people I love the most. I've watched everything crumble and be shredded to pieces. I have lost my sister, brother, father, and my mother. I've lost cousins and family, friends, and everything in between. These murders have changed everyone's life who loved these beautiful people, but I still know that God is above holding them in his arms and will provide a life after this to reunite. I pray for healing for everyone involved, including those who took the lives of all the ones we love. Thank you.
All right, the court's considered that statement as well at this point then. Mr. Wood, are there any other victim impact statements to read into the record?
No.
Very well. At this time then, as I mentioned, I'll move forward and have the state make its sentencing recommendations. After that, then the defense may make their recommendations. So Mr. Wood, you can commence with the state's sentencing recommendation at this time.
Thank you. Your Honor, I want to start with the question. What is the value of a human life? What is the value of the life of a 16-year-old girl with her life ahead of her? What is the value of a life of a 7-year-old boy with special needs? What is the value of the life of a mother and a grandmother? No matter how we look at what we are doing here today, we are calculating and assigning a value for the lives of Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and Tammy Daybell. The defendant, now a convicted murderer, by her heinous and egregious acts, has assigned a value of 0 to each of these lives. The sentence imposed by the court today will represent the value that our community, through our court, places on the lives of these 3 victims. To the people of Idaho, this day should be more about the victims than the defendant. This court has multiple factors it must consider today, including the sentencing factors found in Idaho Code 19-2521. Justice requires the court to view all of the factors it will consider through the lens of the value of the lives of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. We echo the sentiments made by the victims or in the victim impact statements, and we just briefly speak about these immediate victims. Tylee Ryan was born on September 24th of 2002. She was murdered between September 8th and 9th of 2019. People who knew her called her witty, charming, intelligent. She'd received her GED in order to graduate early. We know she often cared for her brother. In evidence, we had videos of her with him, and she would call him my JJ. She loved Hawaii. She loved the beach. She had friends and family who loved her very much on both her father and her mother's side. Her father was Joseph Ryan, who predeceased her in 2018. Her older brother is Colby Ryan, with whom she shared a special bond. After Joseph Ryan died, Tylee, as this court knows, was the recipient of Social Security benefits. And she actually shared a lot of those with her brother Colby, because that's the type of person she was. In serving search warrants, we accessed her Instagram account, where we learned that she was intensely loyal to her own mother. From her finances, we know she was a typical teenager. She liked to have fun. She was also independent and responsible. J.J. Vallow was born May 25th of 2012 and he was murdered between September 22nd and 23rd of 2019. As we heard earlier, he was initially born as Canaan Todd Trahan in less than ideal circumstances and was initially raised by his grandparents. He was then adopted by the defendant and her husband, Charles Vallow. He was loved by his family and friends. He loved to travel. Tammy Daybell was born May 4th, 1970, and she was murdered on October 19th, 2019. She was a mother of 5 children, and she's now a grandmother. She was a school librarian and educator. We know from her phone and from witnesses, she loved her children intensely. She was physically active, and she was kind. This court laid out the procedural history of the case. I'm just going to briefly touch on some dates that are important to the state and we think are important in terms of sentencing. The defendant met Chad Daybell in October of 2018, and within a year, her husband Charles Vallow was dead, her children were dead, and her boyfriend's wife was dead. In late August, early September of 2019, the defendant moved to Rexburg with Tylee and JJ and her co-conspirator and brother Alex Cox. Tylee was last seen on September 8th, 2019, and JJ was last seen September 22nd, 2019. Tammy Daybell was last seen on October 19th. On November 5th, barely more than 2 weeks after Tammy was murdered, this defendant married her co-conspirator, Chad Daybell. November of 2019, Rexburg police were contacted regarding a Jeep that was involved in a shooting in Maricopa County, Arizona. Later that month, JJ Vallow was reported missing, and an investigation was furthered into Tammy's death, and law enforcement became aware that Tylee was missing. On December 12th, Tammy Daybell was exhumed. The next day, Alex Cox, one of the defendant's co-conspirators, died in Arizona. At the end of that December, the search for the children became public, and there was no response from the defendant or her co-conspirator. In January of 2020, the defendant was served with an order to produce children, and there was no response. Charges were filed for abandonment of minor children. And I want to be clear, the defendant had a right to silence. She did not have a right to disobey the order of the court to produce the bodies of her children. The Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, and the Idaho Attorney General's Office devoted thousands of hours of work into looking for Tylee and JJ and to investigating the death of Tammy Daybell. On June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ were found in the defendant's husband's backyard. On May 24th of 2021, the defendant was indicted by a grand jury for the crimes of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception, the murder of Tylee Ryan, the conspiracy to commit murder, first-degree murder of JJ Vallow and grand theft by deception, the murder of JJ Vallow, the conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell and grand theft. And the defendant was convicted by a jury of her peers in Ada County on all counts on May 12th of this year. This court is required to consider the factors in Idaho Code 19-2521 subparen A in sentencing. And that particular statute reads, the goals of sentencing include the primary consideration of the protection of society, followed by the possibility of risk reduction through rehabilitation, deterrence of the individual and the public generally, and punishment or retribution for wrongdoing, and the impact on the victim. I want to talk about protection of society. This defendant has proven by her actions that she is dangerous to society. In Idaho alone, she was involved with 3 murders in a space of 6 weeks. While she's not convicted yet, I think the court can acknowledge that she faces 2 charges of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in Maricopa County. 2 of the murders in Idaho were her own children. This defendant violated the most sacred trust that exists in society, that between a mother and her children. And she did it for gain. She did it for money. A defendant who is willing to murder her own children is willing to murder anyone. Society can only be protected from this defendant by a life sentence without the chance of parole. There is no indication that upon murdering for financial gain that she feels any remorse. The amount of murders in her ledger show us that she will seek to obtain money through murder again if released. And again, only a sentence of life without parole will satisfy the court's mandate to protect society. Courts required to consider risk reduction through rehabilitation. And it's tempting to just say there's no rehabilitation possible. What is rehabilitation? It's the process of restoring a person to normal and a constructive place in society. Some crimes render a criminal unable to fully be rehabilitated as a functioning member of society. Some crimes are so heinous that you simply lose your place among the rest of us. Killing your own children and your boyfriend's wife are these types of crimes. Rehabilitation requires remorse and acceptance of responsibility. And there is literally zero evidence that this defendant feels remorse or responsibility for her crimes. The court heard victims talk about her behavior at trial, and I think that was an indicator that she lacks remorse, that she lacks accountability. The only way to rehabilitate this defendant at any level is to make her face the consequences of her heinous crimes that she has committed. And that is only possible through a sentence of life in prison without any chance of release. This court is required to consider deterrence of the individual and the public. Again, deterrence requires accountability. She has none. One thing that has been so shocking about these crimes is where it happened. Fremont and Madison County, Idaho. These are fairly rural areas. These are low crime areas. And I would note that this defendant, despite being labeled oftentimes by the media as a Rexburg, Idaho mother, is not a Rexburg, Idaho mother. She's not from Rexburg. She actually spent very little time here before she was arrested. And our community was left reeling by these crimes. The sentence that the court imposes today will be a message. And the citizens of these 2 counties have a right to the message, don't come here and commit these crimes. The citizens of these counties don't live these type of lives, and we don't want people to come here and commit these crimes. And this court has a responsibility to send that message, to give a sentence that gives that deterrence. It's the state's position that only a sentence of life without parole will send the proper message of deterrence both to this defendant and the public. And in line with deterrence, if these crimes don't merit that type of sentence, the state's unaware of what kind of crimes would. Finally, the court is required to consider punishment and retribution and the impact on the victim. The obvious impact of the defendant's crimes against Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and Tammy Daybell was death. And we can't ask Tylee, J.J., and Tammy about that experience because they're gone. They don't have a voice. We can't ask them what it felt like to be murdered. We can't ask them about the impact of their last moments. We have to instead look at the evidence and glean what we can regarding the impact of the murder of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. This court sat through a trial. This court saw the same evidence that the state saw, that the defendant saw, the jury saw. This court was the custodian of that. And so this court has seen how horrific these crimes were. And I want to talk individually about the impact of these crimes on these victims. So what was the impact on Tylee? We don't even know how she died. And why is that? Because her body was mutilated, it was dismembered, and it was burnt beyond recognition. We only know for a surety that it was her because of DNA testing. Her body was utterly destroyed, and she was buried in a pet cemetery next to animals. Her skull was literally separated from her body, and it was destroyed in such a manner we couldn't even tell 100% from dental records if it was her. The defendants put her body in a green bucket that melted from the heat of her burning flesh and put it on top of her skull in a pet cemetery. The impact of this crime on this victim was horrendous. We know she had puncture wounds in her pelvis, and we know from the testimony of Dr. Christensen at trial that those puncture wounds were received at or near the time of death, and they were consistent with stabbing, but not consistent with dismemberment. Again, the impact of the murder of Tylee was horrendous. And this impact will continue. Tylee will never get to become a mother, as we heard earlier. She will never have the opportunity to go to college. She won't get to choose a career to satisfy her curiosity or make any of the other decisions that young adults get to make for themselves. She won't get to travel the world. She won't get to marry. She won't get to be there for her brother Colby or her brother JJ. She won't get to spend time with her other family members. The impact of murder never ends. So the defendant's sentence must last equally as long. I want to talk about the impact on JJ Vallow. Again, we can't speak to him, but we've seen the evidence. We know that he died from asphyxiation from duct tape in a plastic bag wrapped around his head. The evidence showed that there was a struggle. And what was the impact on that little boy's mind as he fought for his life? His last moments must have been filled with fear and betrayal. And what is the impact of being buried like a piece of trash rather than receiving a proper burial? This defendant and her co-conspirators showed a callous disregard for human life by the demeaning way they treated his and his sister's bodies. Similar to Tylee, JJ will never get to grow up. He will never be able to reach his potential. He won't spend time with family, friends, and loved ones. What was the impact on Tammy Daybell? This defendant was not charged with the actual murder of Tammy Daybell, but she was charged with the conspiracy to murder her and convicted of such charge. I would note conspiracy is not a lesser included of murder. It is an equal charge. We know that because the sentencing by statute is equal. It is equally as bad to conspire to murder as it is to murder. It's bad enough to steal someone else's spouse. But this crime rose to a whole other level of egregiousness because this defendant planned with her boyfriend the death of his wife. And when her brother and boyfriend committed that actual murder, she was vacationing on a beach in Hawaii. We don't know exactly what Tammy's last moments were like. We can't ask her. We know she had bruising on her body that appeared to be at or near the time of death. Like Tylee, like JJ, the impact on this victim continues. She won't get to spend time with her children. She can't give them advice. She can't be there for her grandchildren, her brothers, and her sister. She missed her mother's funeral. The impact doesn't end with the individual and immediate victims. It spreads. It's the proverbial rock thrown in the lake that ripples and ripples and ripples. Murder tears at the fabric of society more than any other crime. Infanticide defies the law of nature. Mothers are meant to care for their children. When we consider the impact of the victim, it's appropriate for this court to consider the impact on the living victims as well. So when we talk about punishment, it has to match the crime. Not only do we need to protect society, do what we can to rehabilitate and deter, the punishment has to match the crime. Punishment must be, because this was the ultimate crime, killing your own children, killing your boyfriend's wife, the punishment must be the ultimate allowed by the law. And at this time, that is life sentences without parole. And we aren't asking that to be harsh. We're asking that because it's the right thing to do, because it's the only punishment that matches what this defendant did. I want to just briefly address some of the material found in the PSI. There are two mental health reports, one by Dr. Watson and one by Dr. Cunningham. Excuse me. And so what's in them? They say that this defendant suffers from a delusional disorder. She has grandiose and persecutory features, which I would note is something that many serious criminals have. It says she has hyper-religiosity with bizarre beliefs. More important, though, than what's in those reports, I want to talk about what's not in them. These are bare bones reports with barely anything more than alleged diagnosis. There's no analysis of her behavior, and that's important to know, because psychologically, we can tell more from what a person does than what they say. There's zero evidence provided or in those reports that the defendant's alleged mental illness contributed to her crimes. There's zero evidence in those reports that the defendant's alleged mental illness hindered her ability to know right from wrong. And in fact, the evidence is overwhelming that she did know right from wrong. She lied to the police, she lied to family members, and she lied to friends regarding the children of Tammy. Even their close friends who they shared some of these religious beliefs with, they lied to about the death of the children. And what does that tell us? Well, it tells us that Tylee and JJ didn't die because their mom thought they were possessed. If she truly believed that, she would have preached it, because she preached all the time. She didn't tell anyone that because she knew why she killed them. She killed them for money. Her actions show afterwards not a pattern of grieving. She goes on vacation to Hawaii. She gets married. In those reports, there's zero evidence provided of the defendant's mental state at the time of the crime. And again, all evidence shows that she was highly functioning at the time these crimes were committed. There's no evidence that she wasn't able to provide for her food, clothing, shelter, transportation. Again, she arranged a marriage. She arranged living in Hawaii. Again, and further in these reports, there's no prognosis other than there is one prognosis that states the defendant will make a positive adjustment to prison. Well, that's good, because that's where she belongs, and that's where she needs to go. Other than that, there's no treatment suggestions or discussion of possible treatment. Again, we'd ask this court to look at the defendant's behavior more than anything she says. At trial, the defense made it clear that they see Chad Daybell as the primary antagonist and that he should be blamed for these crimes and not the defendant. That was in the closing. I want to be very clear. This court is precluded today from even engaging in any analysis of that. Chad Daybell's guilt has not been determined yet, and this court cannot engage in some type of balancing analysis of guilt when he must be presumed innocent by this court until proven guilty. Upon being proven guilty, we can have that conversation, but not now. And further, even if he had been determined guilty, this defendant was charged with conspiracy. This is not a comparative fault case. On a conspiracy, if you're in for a penny, you're in for $1. And there's an important societal reason. There's an important reason that society has done that. It's bad enough when a person decides to commit a crime, especially one that includes victims. When a person teams up with another person and they agree to commit crimes, they become infinitely more dangerous. And so there is no comparative guilt. There is no comparative liability. This defendant has been found guilty by a jury, and that's all the court can consider in that regards. I would note this case is a perfect example of why we punish conspiracy the way we do, because of the damage that arose from these agreements to murder. So, Your Honor, for the sentence that the state recommends, before I state that, I ask this court to remember the victims and what does justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy require. I note that the PSI made a recommendation, and it states, on January 3rd, 2023, the defendant's attorney filed a motion indicating they did not intend to raise a mental health defense. However, if she was convicted, they plan to submit information in support of mitigation during sentencing. It seems important to note that while she has been diagnosed with a mental illness, she had the mental capacity to fabricate a story regarding the whereabouts of her children, change Tylee's Social Security payments to her own account, plan a wedding to Mr. Daybell in Hawaii, attend a family vacation with Mr. Daybell's family, lie to them about not having minor children, and relocate to Hawaii. She did all this with the knowledge her children's bodies were buried on Mr. Daybell's property. Those closest to the defendant describe her as a loving and devoted mother. They indicate both children loved her very much. A mother is meant to protect her children. However, the defendant has been found guilty of the brutal murder of her children. The focus should be that 3 innocent people, Tylee, JJ, and Mrs. Daybell, were murdered. The sheer devastation of all the lives impacted by her abhorrent actions warrants punishment. Therefore, it is recommended she be sentenced to a period of incarceration under the custody of the Idaho State Board of Correction. As this court is aware, PSI writers don't give specific recommendations for what time an individual should spend in prison, but the state does have that. This court is aware that the state's position has always been that justice requires this defendant face the highest level of punishment for her crimes, which at this point is a life without parole sentence. The heinous nature of her crimes and the aftermath of those crimes show an utter and callous disregard for human life. She committed these crimes for remuneration and financial gain, and she has shown no remorse or accountability, and she sees herself as being above the law. She has shown contempt for these proceedings and the process of justice for her children and for Tammy Daybell. At this time, the ultimate punishment is fixed life sentences without the chance of parole. And so specifically, for count 1, for the conspiracy to murder Tylee Ryan and commit grand theft, the state asks and requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole. For count 2, the murder of Tylee Ryan, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run concurrent with the fixed life sentence for count 1. For count 3, the conspiracy to murder JJ Vallow and to commit grand theft by deception, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run consecutive to the fixed life sentences for counts 1 and 2. Consecutive sentences are justified here by the severity of the crimes, the fact that it involves different victims, and there was an appreciable amount of time between the murders of Tylee and JJ. For count 4, the murder of JJ Vallow, the state asks for a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run concurrent with the fixed life sentence for count 3, but consecutive to the fixed life sentences for counts 1 and 2. For count 5, the conspiracy to murder Tammy Daybell, The state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run consecutive to the fixed life sentences previously requested. And for count 7 grand theft, the state requests the full sentence of 20 years. Pursuant to Idaho Code 195307, we request a fine of $5,000 to be paid to the next of kin of Tylee and JJ. I would note that Idaho Code 19-5307 includes a list of crimes, violent crimes, for which that payment to a victim may be granted. And it includes murder, but does not include conspiracy to commit murder. However, we'd also note that under Idaho Code, the punishment for murder is the same as the punishment, the punishment for conspiracy is the same for the punishment to commit murder. And so we'd ask for a $5,000 fine to be paid to the next of kin of Tammy Daybell. We'd ask for an order of restitution to the United States of America Treasury in the amount of $22,545, which amount was proven at trial to be the amount that was stolen from the Department of Treasury. I would note, Your Honor, compared to these other crimes, grand theft does not seem like a big deal. But I would note that in context of these crimes, this grand theft is a big deal. It shows her contempt, not only for her children, shows her contempt for everybody else, because that money belongs to everyone. Finally, pursuant to Idaho Code 18-112, we would ask for fines of $50,000 for each count of conspiracy and murder, for a total of $250,000 in fines. The state has essentially asked for the maximum sentence allowed under the law. The sentence is not only justified, it is necessary to satisfy the 4 goals of sentencing in Idaho. A sentence less than what the state has requested will not satisfy those goals. And I want to end, Your Honor, where I began. What is the value of a life? What is the value of Tylee Ryan's life? What is the value of JJ Vallow's life? And what is the value of Tammy Daybell's life? Our communities and the people we represent, the value is great, it is immense, and it is immeasurable. No sentence given today will bring those victims back to their loved ones. There is no true justice for murder, so we have to do the best we can. And any sentence that would allow this defendant to even hope for release from prison would send a message that these communities don't value the victims' lives appropriately. Again, in regarding the goals of sentencing, we request this court make its decision pursuant to those goals and through the lens of what justice requires for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. These crimes were heinous, they were egregious. Again, she murdered her own children. They had a right to depend on her. Tylee and JJ had a right to be protected by her. She betrayed their trust in the most awful and horrific way imaginable. She profited from those murders. The defendant conspired to murder her boyfriend's wife. It wasn't enough to steal or to break the marriage. She wanted Tammy dead. And why? Well, there were $430,000 that they profited from that. And so what does justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy require? It requires this defendant never have a chance for freedom because her victims no longer have that. This defendant forfeit the remainder of her life to prison because her victims were forced to forfeit their lives. What is the value of a life? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wood, there was just one point of clarification I wanted to have on the grand theft recommendation. You recommended a 20-year sentence on that, and I just wanted to clarify, I believe the maximum possible under Idaho's grand theft statute is 14 years.
That's correct, Your Honor. I apologize. It is 14 years. We would ask for the maximum 14 years.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood.
Oh, Your Honor,
Yes.
we'd like to double check that. I think it might have changed. Your Honor, I believe that has been changed to 20 years.
And I think is that only if it's by extortion? I think there may be a limitation. I'll double check, counsel, and allow the defense to comment on that as well when they have their opportunity to speak. All right, we'll consider the recommendations of the state submitted at this time. I'm going to take a mid-morning break at this point. We do have a court reporter that has to take down all of this verbatim, which is a large task, and others may need to use the restroom. I'll note that given all of the people here, the facilities we have, that it will take some time. So I'll plan on a 30-minute recess, and then I'll have the defense, if they're ready to make their recommendations after the recess. Is that all right, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll take our recess then, and we'll continue with the recommendations of the defense after break. And let me just indicate, we'll have the audience and those in the gallery, please wait while we have the defendant escorted out for security purposes. Once the bailiffs have given you the word that it's okay to exit the courtroom, you can do that, but please remain where you are until that.
He's right. It is back. Oh no. I don't know what he's gonna do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22211624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. This is the sentencing hearing. We took a mid-morning break. The state concluded its sentencing recommendations and the defense may now present theirs. The court would also thank everyone for complying with the conduct order in effect and not having any disturbances throughout the morning. I appreciate everyone continuing to comply with that order. With that in mind, then, Mr. Thomas, is the defense ready to present their recommendations?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you can proceed.
Would the court prefer if I stand, or is it okay for me to sit, given the acoustics in the room?
I think it'd probably be better if you remain seated to pick up the recording on the record.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, some 20 years ago, I was sworn into the bar and took a sacred oath to uphold the Constitution. And part of upholding that Constitution is making sure that the state meets their burden on criminal cases. They're required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt every aspect of the case. And I used to be a prosecutor back in the day, 20 years ago. I understand the burden and I understand the weight that they carry. I enjoyed the job, but it was a bit of a commute. And after a couple of years, I found a job that was closer to home, gave me a little more opportunity to be with my family. And so I took the job, but I was going to be a job as a public defender. And it was hard. I was torn because people would come to me and they would say, you know, how can you do that? How can you represent people that are charged with such horrible and terrible things? And so I went to my wife, one of my best and greatest counselors, and I said, what do you think of all this? And she told me, John, I don't think Jesus Christ was a prosecutor. He is our greatest advocate. And I sit beside Lori Vallow, and I hope and pray for words that he would have me say. And so I've reflected upon this day and this hour for a long time, several weeks. And the message that I think I need to tell the court and the recommendation that I need to give to the court regarding Ms. Vallow is a message of peace and love and joy and hope. First of all, peace. There are so many victims in this case. So many lives have been touched in the negative way. There is devastation and destruction surrounding this case. 3 deaths. And my heart aches. It truly does, as does the rest of my team, Jim and Brandon and all of our experts. We ache with the victims in this case. There's a lot of hurt surrounding this case, and not just the direct victims. As the court is well aware, there are cousins and uncles and aunts and people just in the general public who have been touched by this case. And that hurt can sometimes be manifest as hate. And I think that Lori Daybell is probably the most hated woman in America right now, and maybe in the world. But that hate will never bring closure to the victims. That hate will never bring about the healing to those who are hurt by this case. And hate will never bring about peace. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. So how do we stop the hurt and the pain and the loss? And I've heard from a number of people today who've talked about JJ never being able to reach his milestones or his 21st birthday, or we wouldn't know what Tylee was going to be when she grew up. We'll never see her playing in the front yard with her children. We'll never know. We'll never know what Tammy's students make of themselves as they grow up. But we need peace to replace the hurt. And that peace and that healing will only come about by love and compassion. And I hope that each person that's touched by this case, whether they're a family member or a friend or just someone who has followed this case from the beginning, I hope they can heal and find some semblance of peace again, because this world needs peace. Which brings me to love. And I think that's how we're going to get back to peace. And Lori, if she could speak to each one of those people who have been hurt by this case or been affected by this case in a negative way, her message would be one of love. Her motto is, love is the key. And Lori's a very misunderstood person. People that know her, and I mean really know her, get the chance to know her the way that I did, the way that her family knows her, they would know that she is about love. Now, Lori and I didn't always get along. Our team has had tension and frustration and a lot of misunderstanding. But overwhelmingly, an overarching concept behind Lori and everything that she says to us and everything that she does is love. So if you get to know Lori, you'd find that she's a very different person than she plays on TV. She's kind, she's loving, she's caring, she's very witty, she's insightful, she's smart. And if you talk to people that knew her prior to 2018, prior to this whole crazy series of events, you'll hear about a wonderful person who was active in her church, who was active in her community, who loved her children, very active in their lives. You'll hear people who talk about how great she was with their children in her church callings, in her neighborhood. She was a great mother to her kids. Her son, Colby, in fact, testified at trial that she was a great mother when he was growing up. She has redeeming values. Kay Woodcock sang her praises today, that Lori was a great mom and that Kay allowed JJ, Canaan, to be adopted by Lori and Charles. And there's a lot of confusion and there's a lot of misunderstanding about how this ultimately came to pass. And that's probably not going to change anytime soon. There will be a lot of misunderstanding and a lot of confusion for a while. This brings me to my last topic of healing, and that is of hope. So what is hope? Well, hope is defined as a feeling of expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen. So what do we want to happen in this case? I think the court is well aware of the 4 goals of sentencing pursuant to Idaho Code 1925-21. The first and foremost is the protection of society. The second most important is rehabilitation, and then deterrence of the individual and the public generally. And finally, the least important, according to statute, is that of punishment. Now, first-degree murder is first-degree murder, and conspiracy carries the same punishment. Under Title 18, 4004, and I quote, "The court shall impose a life sentence with a minimum period of confinement of not less than 10 years, during which the period of confinement of the offender shall not be eligible for parole or discharge or credit or reduction of sentence for good conduct, except for meritorious service." So those are the two guiding principles that we have to look at. And I know the court's well aware of this. This isn't necessarily for the court's edification. But I think we have to think about how are we going to heal the hurt and the pain and the devastation of this case with hope. How do we reconcile the four goals of sentencing in Idaho Code 1925-21 and the requirements of punishment in 18-4004 with hope? Well, we, and collectively, I'm talking about the court, the prosecution, and the defense collectively, have saved the life of the defendant. I don't think the court, nor the prosecution, or the defense team should take credit or blame for the death penalty being taken off the table as a possible punishment. In my opinion, it was a collective effort, an effort that led to the court's decision. It was a necessary outcome to a series of events that no one person can be credited or blamed. We saved her life, and that is a win. That's a win for all humanity. So now what do? Court can, as the state requests, find a sentence appropriate of fixed life without parole. That certainly meets the protection of society and punishment, the first and last goals of sentencing. However, if the court so chooses, the court can also give the defendant a fixed term of years to serve in prison, followed by an indeterminate term of life. And after great deliberation and thought, we would ask the court to sentence Ms. Vallow Daybell to a 20-year fixed term with an indeterminate term of life. We believe that that meets all the goals of sentencing with an added bonus of hope. So why would we give the defendant any hope at all? Are we rewarding her? I don't think so. It's not about her. Giving her hope, it's for us. It's for everyone in this courtroom. It's for everyone watching on the internet. It's for everyone who's going to watch this on television. It's for everyone who lives and breathes outside the walls of prison. Her hope will benefit society. In our opinion, if you give her fixed life, you will have essentially thrown her away. She has no incentive to rehabilitate. There is no deterrent to her or anyone else. The punishment portion is final and all-encompassing. However, if we give her hope, we protect society by keeping her behind bars well into her 70s, but she has the incentive to be a model prisoner. She has the incentive to help those women that she interacts with in prison. And over time, she changes her behavior, her routines become habits, and she helps other inmates. She becomes a better person. And as these inmates interact with her, this better version of Lori Daybell, they become better people as they re-enter society. So without hope, the likelihood of success in reaching any of the goals of sentencing other than punishment is very low, if not non-existent. Your Honor, we live in the greatest country in the world. We can do this. We can't bring JJ back. You will never reach those milestones. We can't bring Tylee back. She'll never have children of her own. And we can't bring Tammy back. She'll never visit with her grandkids or teach a young student in the library or in her computer class. But we can try to bring others up who go to prison to a higher level than they are when they went in. And I think that's important. And I think that's a testament to JJ and to Tylee and to Tammy. I think that gives them something to carry on in the future. Forgetting about Lori Daybell is not the way that we're going to heal. Remembering JJ, remembering Tylee, remembering Tammy, and allowing Lori to be the best person that she can be in a prison setting, to help other people in that prison setting. That's how we're going to get the benefit out of Lori. The benefit to society of giving Lori Daybell hope far outweighs any detriment. And what do we have to lose by giving a woman in her 70s an opportunity to go before a parole board and to ask for release? There's not even any guarantee that she will be released in her 70s. But that hope is what's going to drive progress in this case. So in summation, we need to heal in order to have peace. Peace comes through love. Love is manifested in this case through hope. We ask the court to show mercy and look to the future. We ask the court for a 20-year fixed term plus life indeterminate, concurrent for all 5 counts of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We would ask the court to give Lori Daybell a 14-year concurrent sentence for the grand theft to run concurrent with each one of the other charges. We can do this, Judge. We can move forward towards peace again and heal, which is what we really need to do. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for the recommendations, Mr. Thomas. All right, Ms. Vallow, before I impose sentence, if you choose, you may address the court. This is known as the right of allocution, which permits you to make a statement on your own behalf or present any information in mitigation of the punishment for the crimes you've committed. And let me inquire at this time, do you wish to address this court? All right, very well, you may make your statement.
I would like to start by quoting John from the New Testament in the Bible. In John chapter 8, verse 7, Jesus says, "He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her." Then in verse 15, Jesus says, "Ye judge after the flesh, I judge no man. And yet if I judge, my judgment is true." Jesus knows me, and Jesus understands me. I mourn with all of you who mourn my children and Tammy. Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened here. Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. I have a different perspective in life because in 2002, when I was pregnant with Tylee, I died in the hospital while in labor with her. They tried to stop my labor. They put me on the table and they put something in my IV, and I felt my spirit falling to the floor. I was standing near my pregnant body, watching the doctors try to revive me, which took them a few minutes. In that time, my sister Stacy was standing to my left. I turned to hug her and was surprised that her spirit was as tangible as a physical body, because I knew I was in spirit and she was in spirit. She said she needed to show me some things, and we went to heaven. I later returned to my body. Because of this experience, I have access to heaven and the spirit world. Since then, I have had many communications from people now living in heaven, including my children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, my sisters, Stacy and Lolly, my aunts and my uncles, and my grandparents. I have had many communications with Jesus Christ, the Savior of this world, and our heavenly parents. I've had many angelic visitors have come and communicated with me and even manifested themselves to me. Because of these communications, I know for a fact that my children are happy and busy in the spirit world. Because of my communications with my friend Tammy Daybell, I know that she is also very happy and extremely busy. I have always mourned the loss of my loved ones, and I have lost many in this mortal world. However, I know them more than most people. I know where they are now and what they're doing. I know how wonderful heaven is, and I'm homesick for it every single day. I know we all lived in heaven before we were born on earth, and we were all adult spirits in the heavenly realm. We chose to come to earth as mortals. Heaven is more wonderful than you can possibly imagine. I do not fear death, but I look forward to it. I did not want to return to my body when I was out of it. Even though my son Colby, who I adored more than anything, was only 6 years old at the time, and I was about to give birth to this new baby girl that I wanted so badly. I was a young mother, and you would think I wouldn't want to leave my children, but as I stood in heaven, I did not want to go back. I thought they would be fine without me because I was peaceful and I was happy and I was home. But then I was told by Jesus that I needed to go back and complete things that I had covenanted or promised to do before I was born. This caused me a lot of distress because I knew heaven was my real home, and I only wanted to be there. I was free from pain, emotional and physical. But then I was shown how I would help my children and others in the future. So ultimately, I did agree to go back to my body. Tylee has visited me. She is happy and very busy. Tylee is free now from all the pains of her life. Tylee suffered horrible physical pain her whole life. I sat with Tylee in the hospital year after year after year while she screamed in pain when the morphine wasn't even enough to take away the pain of her pancreatitis. I sat there while she cried and I held back her hair while she threw up. And I am the only person on this earth who knows how much Tylee suffered in her life. She had pain every single day. She never felt good. Her body did not work right. And I don't know if that was from complications from me dying while she was being born or something else, but she had a very difficult life. She was sexually abused by her own biological father. since she was 3 years old, and she was forced by family court to go visit him for 10 years against her will. I fought for her in court. I protected her. I tried to protect her with my whole life. I tried to protect her. I worried about her every single day. Tylee had to get her GED because she couldn't go to school every day because she never felt good. She felt sick. Nobody knows this because Tylee, like myself, tries to put on a good front, tries to be a happy person, tries to have hope in life, tries to know that she's here for a purpose and that she has an eternal purpose to be on this earth. But I never stopped worrying about her. One of the times that Tylee came to me as a spirit after she died, she commanded me, and she said to me, "Stop worrying, Mom. We are fine." She knows how I worry and how I miss her. The first time JJ visited me after he passed away, he put his arm around me and he said to me, "You didn't do anything wrong, Mom. I love you. And I know you loved me every minute of my life." JJ, Joshua Jackson, was an adult spirit, and he was very, very tall when he put his arm around me. He is busy, he is engaged, he has jobs that he does there, and he is happy where he is. His life was short, but JJ's life was meaningful. JJ was a wonderful person and touched the lives of everyone, and I adored him every minute of his life. My eternal friend, Tammy Daybell, has visited me on several occasions. She came to bring me peace and comfort, and I know that she is extremely busy helping her family, especially her children and grandchildren, and I have a great love for Tammy. My beautiful children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, rest safely this day in the arms of Jesus. My wonderful friend, Tammy Daybell, rests safely this day in the arms of Jesus. And I look forward to the day when we are all reunited and I too will rest with them in the arms of my Jesus.
All right, Ms. Vallow, thank you for your comments to the court. Let me ask you at this time, Ms. Vallow, are you fully satisfied with the representation you've received from your attorneys throughout this case?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, the court will conclude then with my own review of the matter and then pronounce sentence. Ms. Vallow, based on the jury's verdict of guilty in this case, it is the judgment of this court that you're guilty of the following counts of the amended indictment. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. And count 7, grand theft. Carefully reviewed the record of this case, beginning with your prior criminal history. Very notably, you're 50 years old. These are the first criminal convictions you've ever had. I will note, however, in addition to these convictions, you have 2 additional conspiracy to commit first-degree murder cases pending in Arizona. And it's somewhat incredible in this case that saying you've gone from no criminal history in your life, now having been convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and you continue to face more additional counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in another state. I've looked at the recommendations in the pre-sentence investigation report. It ultimately recommends a prison sentence stating, quote, incarceration under the custody of the Idaho Board of Correction. Normally, the court would have some additional information to rely on in fashioning its sentence, including the benefit of recommendations based on a gain evaluation, substance abuse report, mental health review, other reports. However, we elected not to cooperate with the pre-sentence investigation. As I would note on page 23 of the pre-sentence investigation report, it states, quote, Lori Vallow Daybell intends to remain silent during the pre-sentence investigation process. She has the packet, but does not intend to answer any questions of evaluators or investigators. Quote, no attempts were made to complete the court-ordered screenings due to her refusal. I'm advising you that that was your choice to not cooperate in the pre-sentence investigation, but it left me without some additional information that potentially could have been mitigating in your case. And as I proceed with the sentencing, I'll note those deficiencies in the information I normally would have in a pre-sentence investigation report. As has been mentioned by both sides here, the court has to consider certain sentencing objectives when I sentence somebody, and these are set out in cases including State versus Toohill, which is a Court of Appeals case, 103 Idaho 565, and it's been adopted by our Supreme Court as well. And I have to consider for main objectives, number one, the protection of society, which is the primary objective. 2, deterrence of the individual and public generally. 3, possibility of rehabilitation. And 4, punishment or retribution for wrongdoing. That case states, moreover, it's clear as a matter of policy in Idaho, the primary consideration is the good order and protection of society. All other factors must be subservient to that end. I've also reviewed and considered the criteria set forth in an Idaho statute, 1925-21, on the question of whether or not you should be confined to prison and to what extent. That statute sets out a variety of factors I have to consider in weighing whether a long prison term here would be appropriate. Some of the attorneys cited already to some of the provisions of that statute, and again, it talks about the primary consideration of the protection of society, and also talks about the impact on the victim, the possibility of risk reduction through rehabilitation, and deterrence are also to be considered. There are some factors laid out in that statute that are not necessarily controlling, but weigh in favor against either imprisonment, or in this case where imprisonment's required, an extensive imprisonment term. Some of those factors under Part 2 of this statute is the defendant's criminal conduct neither caused nor threatened harm, which is clearly not the case here. That the defendant did not contemplate the conduct would cause or threaten harm. Again, that would not apply here. The defendant's criminogenic needs indicate the defendant will benefit from supervision and treatment in the community. That's unavailable, as community treatment can't occur with a minimum prison sentence required here. Another factor, were there substantial grounds tending to excuse or justify the defendant's criminal conduct, though failing to establish a defense? I don't find those apply given the facts of this case. Other factors, the victim of the defendant's criminal conduct induced or facilitated the commission of the crime. That did not occur here. Another part talks about compensation, which I don't find would be appropriate here other than on the grand theft charge. Part G, the defendant has no history of prior delinquency or criminal activity or has led a law-abiding life for a substantial period of time before the commission of the present crime. That is the single most mitigating factor I see in this case. Again, it's unbelievable that at your age you have no prior criminal history and now you sit here convicted of the most serious of charges. I also have to consider whether the criminal conduct was the result of circumstances unlikely to recur. Based on the evidence in this case, and in particular, considering the statement you just made to the court, I find it weighs against me finding in mitigation for that factor. And then finally, the character and attitudes of the defendant indicate the commission of another crime is unlikely, or the defendant demonstrates amenability to treatment. So those are the mitigating factors. Then in aggravation, we have more factors to consider. Is there an undue risk that during the period of a suspended sentence or probation, the defendant would commit another crime harmful to another person? Would a lesser sentence depreciate the seriousness of the defendant's crime? Will imprisonment provide appropriate punishment and deterrent to the defendant? Will imprisonment provide an appropriate deterrent for other persons in the community? And a factor that would not apply here is the defendant a multiple offender or professional criminal. I don't have an LSI score, which is one value I can look at to help determine whether or not you'd be likely to reoffend. I don't have that because you wouldn't cooperate with the report. So considering here that you've lived a law-abiding life and for a long time, you were obviously a good mother, sister, daughter, and friend to many people. I have to take that into account. You've served a very long time of local jail, over 1,200 days, and the report is you've been a great inmate, never caused a problem for anyone in the jail. And you should be commended for that. And that also shows that you are capable of that. I believe your counsel when they tell me you're an intelligent person. Up until all these events began to transpire, you've achieved goals in your life, you've done important things in your life. And I'd note that despite some of the comments here today, I have found that during my interactions with you throughout this long case, including your trial, you've been respectful of the court. Do we know what this beeping is that keeps going off? Sorry. All right, the court will next consider, and I think it must be considered in mitigation, that you do have mental health issues. I've dealt with those throughout the context of this case where there were commitment proceedings. I've reviewed those reports and have that personal information from having gone through the determinations of whether or not you were competent or fit to stand trial. The most current diagnosis the court has is from Dr. Watson, and from February of this year states you suffer from, and I'll quote, delusional disorder, mixed type with bizarre content and hyper-religiosity, continuous and unspecified personality disorder with histrionic and narcissistic features. So obviously a very complex diagnosis that's been made here. Whether or not that can or how it would be treated, I think by all accounts is unknown at this time. I've reviewed your personal history, including statements from your own immediate family members, and it's clear that something radically changed in you that led you to where you are today. In a statement made in the pre-sentence investigation report, your mother stated it perhaps best and said that you are not now, quote, the person she knew. The record in this case, including all the evidence I observed during the jury trial, indicates that if it wasn't already occurring, that this relationship with the co-defendant seemed to be a catalyst for the change. At this point, I'll note that I will not be making comments on any other co-defendants in this case, as your co-defendant is currently presumed innocent and awaiting trial. In sum, there are significant mitigating factors the court has to consider here when I consider you and your life as a whole, and that does make the case difficult. Typically, when I see somebody to be sentenced and they don't have a prior criminal history, they're given opportunities to first prove themselves on probation or avoid a lengthy term of incarceration. However, of course, some crimes are so serious that even with mitigation, there is no other reasonable option except for a prison term and a long prison term. And sadly, you've been convicted of and have committed the most serious crimes possible, and those crimes also require an equally serious punishment. So this is the part where I will consider what I think are the factors in aggravation. I went through those factors in the statute that I look at, and as I'll explain, I find that 5 of those factors weigh against you and in favor of a lengthy period of imprisonment. First, the case itself. I'll discuss that. There was a lot of pretrial litigation in the case. You decided to take your case to a jury trial. I will state and emphasize that I firmly believe it's the right of every person in our country to exercise their right to a jury trial, and they're afforded the full due process of the law. It's been somewhat disheartening to me to realize that there are many people who think that they can predetermine a case and somebody shouldn't be afforded their full rights of due process before they are convicted of a crime. Well, I didn't make all of the rules that govern criminal cases, but I took an oath to uphold the rules that are there, and I make every effort to ensure that people's due process is protected, because that's an important duty of mine. Everyone has a right to be presumed innocent, and everyone in a criminal case does have a right to a jury trial. Sometimes I feel like maybe too many cases settle, and there should be more trials because it's a right people are entitled to exercise. You exercise that right, and I in no way hold it against you that you decided to have your case determined by a jury. That's your right, and it does not impact or influence my decision in sentencing. Before trial, I did not delve into all of the evidence or facts of this case and only address those when necessary to make rulings on motions, because I wanted to keep objective through the proceedings and remain impartial. You were afforded all of your due process in this case, and ultimately, after presentation of the evidence, a jury did find you guilty on all counts. I bring that up now because when there is a trial, I learn and see all of the facts along with the jurors. And that's a different scenario than when someone enters a plea and I'm only allowing argument in a sentencing and not sitting through the evidence as I did here. Having considered all of the evidence that I saw at trial along with the jurors, it's been a difficult task for me to narrow down and articulate all of the aggravating factors, because really there are so many here. Murder is the most serious offense. And the most unimaginable type of murder is to have a mother murdering her own children, and that's exactly what you did. You were involved in and guilty of conspiring to murder another group of children's mother, Tammy Daybell, who had children of her own. And despite the jury convicting you with overwhelming evidence, you still sit here before the court today and said you didn't do it. You came here to East Idaho, where I've spent my life, and moved here from another place already with plans in progress to make your children disappear. The evidence bore that out at trial. You removed your children from their home in Arizona, alienated them from friends and family, got rid of JJ's service dog. You moved to Rexburg, a community where you could find 1,000 random families to take your children, and you brought them here to murder them. You had so many other options. You could have gotten divorced. You could have found someone to take care of those kids. But as the state was able to prove at trial, you chose the most evil and destructive path possible. You killed those children, according to the state's theory, and I believe it, to remove them as obstacles and to profit financially. You justified all of this by going down a bizarre religious rabbit hole, and clearly you are still down there. While you were enjoying your new life in Hawaii, countless law enforcement officers, family members, and volunteers were searching for your children. And I don't think to this day you have any remorse for the effort and heartache you caused for others who looked for your children when you knew where they were and knew they were dead. They were found dead, burned, mutilated, and dismembered, and buried like animals After you knew they were dead, you collected public funded assistance payments meant for them, and that was blood money you kept for yourself. And that's the grand theft charge you've been convicted of. Your sister, your son talked to you, begged with you while you were in the jail during phone calls I heard at trial. And those were very sad and difficult calls to hear. And you didn't provide any assistance or comfort to them. During the trial, when the evidence came out about how these children were found and the state they were in, you wanted to be excused and not have to watch the evidence, and were fine to let all the other people in the courtroom, including the jurors, have to bear through that. However, I ruled that you did have to sit and watch and see the result of your heinous crimes. The jurors in your case fulfilled their duty admirably. All 18 jurors we had, because we had alternates, went through the entire trial and faithfully fulfilled all their obligations and all the instructions. So we were able to get impartial jurors who weren't already tainted by pretrial publicity to decide your case. And I do thank the jurors publicly for the service they rendered. Those jurors I noted during the trial were very good at keeping their emotions in check and keeping stone-faced, as they're supposed to do, and be objective until the case is done and submitted. However, I did note at certain times during the trial, such as when there were videos and pictures shown of you in Hawaii at this time frame when JJ and Tylee were lying in shallow graves, the disgust on the faces of those jurors was evident, and shocking revelations about what happened here just kept coming through the trial. The crime scene was a horrific thing to have to review, and there's images that I will never get out of my mind, and I'm just looking at the pictures. Law enforcement officers who had to deal with the aftermath of what you did, I'm sure were traumatized, and I know it was traumatic as well for the jurors who had to sit through and see the photographs of these dead and mutilated and buried children. For those people who loved and cared about JJ and Tylee and Tammy Daybell, to have to see those photographs of them through trial of their dead and desecrated bodies must have been devastating. Tammy Daybell was murdered as a result of your conspiracy. She was, by all accounts, a healthy, happy mother and wife through a lot of her life. And you were out shopping for wedding rings to marry her husband while she was still alive. You were planning a wedding to her husband while she was still alive. You haven't shown any remorse for any of those actions. And she ended up being murdered, buried, had to be disinterred later so an autopsy could be performed in order to prove the evidence of what you had done. She didn't deserve any of that. You took her life away. You destroyed that family, fractured it to the point where, in the information I've had through the PSI, there are relationships that will probably never be mended that have rippled as a result of what's happened. JJ and Tylee, of course, 7 years old, 16 years old, were separate people whose lives were cut way too short because of you. Never got to grow up and be adults. The family and friends who have provided their impact statements, of course, have stated it better than I could about who they were. And it is a loss for everyone that you took them away from this world. And it is the most shocking thing, really, I can imagine, is that a mother killed her own children and you simply have no remorse for it. Even sitting here today, there's no remorse for what you did. After all of this evidence through trial, you haven't shown any remorse. You haven't said you're sorry. You haven't done anything to seek leniency from this court. There's been a lot of people during trial and here who explained the devastation you're responsible for, and you've forever altered the lives, not in a good way, for many, many people, destroying family relationships, taking people away that were loved, cared for, and needed. You may not believe to this day that you've done anything wrong, and you still may think you're justified by your religious beliefs for what happened here. I'm not here to judge that, but I don't believe that any God in any religion would want to have this happen, what happened here. And your crimes are heinous and egregious, and that alone can constitute a major aggravating factor that requires me to impose a serious length of incarceration. So after weighing all those factors, I need to in aggravation, I find that the sentences I'm about to impose will serve the interest of justice by, number one, preventing you from ever doing this again, that they will not depreciate the seriousness of your crimes, will punish you appropriately, and will serve to deter both you and others. So that concludes the aggravating factors the court considered. At this time then, I am prepared to pronounce sentence. Mr. Thomas, Mr. Archibald, and the defendant, would you please rise for the pronouncement of sentence? Based on all the relevant circumstances, including the evidence and recommendations presented in court today, it's the judgment of this court. Ms. Vallow, you'll be sentenced as follows. I'll first note I'm going to take up the counts out of order as I want to address the substantive murder sentences first. So on count 2, the charge you were convicted of, the first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, you are sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence of fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. On count 4, the charge of the first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow, you are sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate life imprisonment sentence with no possibility of parole. I'll next address the 3 conspiracy counts you've been convicted of. Note under Idaho Code 18-1701, the punishment for those crimes is the same as the underlying offenses you combined to commit. The offenses you combined to commit was first-degree murder, so those may be punishable also by imprisonment for life. I look at what the appropriate sentences should be for the conspiracy charges. At first, I wondered if they should be as long of a term or serious as the substantive murder charges. However, what I've concluded is that these conspiracy convictions merit the same grave punishment for several reasons. First, the conspiracies in which you engaged in have had far-reaching impacts on many people besides the deceased victims. And with what the court's heard, I am convinced that the conspiracy charges also merit the same serious sentence. So on count 1, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception, sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. Count 3, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception, sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. And on count 5, the conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, you're sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. Finally, the court will address count 7, which is the charge of grand theft. On that charge, court is going to sentence you to a fixed determinate term of 5 years of prison, followed by an indeterminate term of 5 years of prison for a total 10-year term of imprisonment on the grand theft. Court will next consider whether sentences should be imposed consecutively or concurrently. I generally don't, I'm a pragmatic person, and I've struggled with the point of a consecutive sentence when in Idaho, a life sentence is just that, a life sentence without parole. And I've thought it through. However, when I looked at this case and the more I thought about it, I've determined that because there are 3 separate murders with 3 separate victims that occurred at 3 separate times, then running counts concurrently would not serve the interests of justice, because those crimes all need to be taken into account separately and distinctly and individually. And you need to be held accountable separately for each of the 3 murders. So on those counts, the court will run consecutively the count 2 murder of Tylee Ryan, consecutive to count 4, the murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow, and count 5 will run consecutive to count 2 and 4, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. So 3 consecutive life terms of prison. The remaining counts will be concurrent to the counts that are consecutive. The court will impose fines as requested by the state in the amount of $25,000 for all counts except the grand theft. On the grand theft, the fine will be in the amount of $1,000. The court will assess the civil penalty that was requested, and I find it's appropriate under Idaho Code 195307 of $5,000 per victim on each of the 3 victims as a civil penalty. And then finally, the restitution, which was requested by the state. Mr. Wood, if you could reiterate that number, $22,000 of what the restitution term is. And I want to inquire if there's any other restitution being sought by the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I said 22,545. And the state would ask for an additional 30 days to submit any further restitution for the victims, living victims who have been deemed as such by this court. The court will assess that restitution on the grand theft charge of $22,545 as shown through the evidence at trial. And the court will allow 30 days for additional restitution requests, but that will be waived if it's not submitted timely. That'll conclude the court's sentencing on the charges. Mr. Thomas, do you have any questions on the sentence?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Wood, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, counsel, before we conclude, and Ms. Vallow, importantly, I need to advise you of the rights you have now. You do have the right to appeal to the Idaho Supreme Court from this judgment of conviction, and you have a right to be represented by an attorney if you appeal. You're also advised if you can't afford an attorney, an attorney will be appointed for you at public expense, and you only have 42 days to file an appeal. You also have the right to seek relief from my judgment under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. You have 120 days to file that motion if you believe a correction or reduction of this sentence is appropriate because it was either illegal or too harsh. And finally, you may also have rights to seek relief under the Idaho Uniform Post-Conviction Relief Act. Those actions have to be filed within 1 year from the day your right to appeal expires. Do you understand those appellate rights? All right, she acknowledged yes. The defendant will be required to submit DNA samples upon remand to the Idaho Department of Corrections. I'll ask the attorneys to please turn in any copies of the pre-sentence investigation reports or addenda so those can be kept in confidence and additional copies will be destroyed. And Ms. Vallow Daybell, you are hereby remanded to the custody of the Sheriff of Fremont County to be delivered to the proper authorities of the Idaho Department of Corrections for execution of this sentence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That'll conclude our sentencing hearing.